we're good. Yay. Fingers are thinking. The Twitch is twitching. The YouTube is YouTubing. All is right with the world. Bam! I can press that button, and I can press this button, and I can send these. Yeah! Boop, boop, boop. And then, yeah, I can close that now. Good! Starting stream a smidge earlier than normal, because once again, my head is exploding. And I would like to lay down. Which of course means I'm going to do something that's going to take another 5 hours. And get another one of these gear tier lists out of the way. Could be worse. You know, got my water. I be drinking. Yeah. God, that's so good. Water is good. You should drink it. It is good for you. You know, today we have we got a little weirdo who's talking about Claptrap. But I like Claptrap. Claptrap in the pre-sequel is actually quite fun. And quite neat. And quite interesting. Claptrap is very similar to playing as a gadabout from Dragon Quest. It's just about the closest thing you're gonna get to playing that in a first-person shooter. So much so that let us neither dilly nor dally. I am small. I need to be smaller. We don't want to crush pencil with the chat box. There we go. Behold. Game. Yeah, once again, we are, actually, you know, let's not game. Here's the tier list. So, we've got I love you guys for the best stuff. We've got the usual, you really want these, you can do better. And then we've got because I don't really feel Claptrap necessarily suffers as much. I'm gonna be real, I actually might not we might end up getting rid of that tier completely if I'm being quite honest. That tier, I don't want to say Claptrap is well-rounded. What I will say is Claptrap definitely has ways of utilizing gear that other characters can't. And now let's head on over to the game and explain why. Alrighty, here are his trees. Oh, once again, the preliminaries as usual. I'm going to assume we are playing the PC version. We are playing with the unofficial community patch. The unofficial community patch makes it substantially easier to get certain amounts of gear. It also changes weaker skills and adjusts skills in order to be more useful across the board, which is going to be very important for this character because there's a handful of skills that kind of sucked, but they're better now. And it will be very important. It will be so important, we're going to start with debatably the most important change that it did for Claptrap. Let's start with this red tree. Fragmented Frag Trap. The tree's weird. You may notice that unlike a lot of the other trees where I just filled in everything just for the sake of filling it out, I didn't do that here. Let's start with his action skill. I'm gonna need a gun. And I'm gonna need a shield, just to have a shield on, just so you can see stuff. It will help, trust me. Let's put the mark on. And we need a grenade too. Yes, there's a lot to talk about with this character. We might want two weapons, actually. Let me get a shotgun on top of that. Actually, no, the zero one. No, I do want a shotgun, or a shotgun-like weapon. Yeah, like that. There's a lot to talk about with this character. Alrighty, first things first, Claptrap's action skill, vaulthunter.exe. You can press your action skill button, and then Claptrap will randomly, and I do truly mean randomly, pick an action package that is based on another character in the series, and effectively do stuff that character does. For example, if you pick the Maya subroutine, you will have Blight Phoenix active, and a little Claptrap drone will fly around with its own Blight Phoenix and attack enemies, constantly emitting corrosive and fire damage. Let me get the entire list of action skills, because it will help substantially, because if not, we will be here a while. Now, there are a handful of skills that can activate via the 1-point wonders in the trees. We'll get to those as we get to those, so I'm only going to read the base ones for now. But I will leave this page up that has all of them. Thank you, Borderlands Wiki. And once again, thank you, Loot Lemon, for having a lot of information easily available. So, you know what? Let's just activate it so you get a good idea of what it's like. Now, it does have an additional bonus. When you use it, it also does fully heal you. So, now, and of course it gives me a modified one. This is One-Shot Wonder. What this does is it will make all of your guns immediately empty their magazine in one shot, no matter what. And also it has hella knockback. We're gonna be here a while. I'm not gonna show all of these, but just keep in mind, even if you don't want to intentionally use any of these, just activating the skill to get a full heal immediately with 0 questions asked on a 40-second base cooldown is honestly pretty damn good. So, let's go over the base level action skills. There is Minion Trap, which will make you throw out a Claptrap turret similar to Axton that will shoot non-elemental bullets and rockets. There is Meat Unicycle that gives you a Krieg's Buzz Axe and makes you do melee only. It also periodically emits incendiary novas and gives you movement speed and melee damage, as if you had the shield of the Firehawk, which is pretty funny. This also does give Claptrap's allies movement speed and melee damage. Get ready for that. Claptrap is a bard, kind of. Claptrap's weird. This hunting horn of a robot is going to have a lot to talk about. There is Fun Zerker, where you will make a duplicate of the weapon that is in your hand and constantly shoot them as if gun zerking, just like Salvador. You will get a massive fire rate and reload speed increase, a movement speed decrease, but you will get ammo regen, and most of this gets transmitted to your allies except the additional copies. So they'll just basically just shoot shit for free. Hey, Goblet! You've been waiting for me. Oh, that's nice. This is an amazing game on Steam. I have to try. Oh, Lord. Alrighty, my ears are open. What is it called? Watch it be something I like already own. Fuck's Quest 2. Good Lord. Such is the spectrum of video games. You know, I was just playing Octopath Traveler before the stream. And no, but we get this. Yep, there it is. You know, unsurprisingly, I put the word fuck into Steam's search engine, and I'm getting a lot of not that, but here it is. I don't know how else to explain this game. This game looks like... It looks like I'm looking at a video game version of an early Adult Swim cartoon. So the super competent dev makes a shit post. I don't know. I'm not always the biggest fan of that. I'm also, in general, not a fan of Zelda. I'm gonna be real, I don't think I've ever played one that I've actually liked. I think a lot of those games tend to just, like, miss the mark in some way or another. It is $5, though, so add it to the wish list. Fuck it. That's the worst that could happen. I am very picky when it comes to parody, or comedy stuff in general, like... speaking of, from now on, in the YouTube description, I have a link available to a playlist where if you click the link, you will get access to the playlist and add literally any video for me to watch and try to get me to laugh. We are doing an audience fuel to try not to laugh via the things in that list. Anyone can look at the list. Only the people who watch the stream and actually click the link can add videos, so. And also, there's like people can vote on it. And better stuff will go to the top. Bad stuff will go to the bottom. Which is going to be extra funny. Anyway, enough of that. We've got... I'm not going to mention it every time. It will literally be the first thing in my description unless an OC remix song or something pops up. Y'all are grown. Y'all know where the description is. I don't need to tell you every 5 seconds to go look at the description for something. Where was I? Up next. Yeah, we're still going through vaulthunter.exe because there's still more. There's Mecro Magician, which basically gives you maximum anarchy stacks as if you were Gage, as well as smaller, lighter, faster, and lets you reflect bullets as if you had close enough, which is very fun. I like that a lot. Also reduces your magazine size by 1/3. There's Trap, where you throw a hologram clone, and your bullets will deal penetration. Penetrating bullets. Hi, Army! There's Blightbot, as I mentioned, where you will basically have Blight Phoenix and then a little drone that also has Blight Phoenix. There's Rubber Ducky, where you're literally constantly bouncing all the time. You have 100% bullet reflection. And you're just constantly fucking bouncing all over the damn place. And then there's 2 that are in the base that are available that are co-op only. Senseless Sacrifice, where if your ally is in Fight for Your Life, you'll go into Fight for Your Life instead and revive everyone who's in Fight for Your Life immediately. And then there's Medbot, which basically turns you into the medic from Team Fortress 2. We will mention the other ones as we go down the tree, because there's a lot to go over this tree. In the trees. There's a lot of trees. Trees are scary. Claptrap is a character of all time. Speaking of... Before we go down this tree, I once again feel the need to stress, I really do hope you're playing with the community patch, because it will make building for this character substantially better. So let's talk about the skills. Starting with Fuzzy Logic, where if you get hit by an enemy, you will deal increased critical hit damage. As in the He-Man one? No, as in the Borderlands one. This little goober right here. Fun fact, by the way, all the characters in Borderlands actually have different heights. And Claptrap is the shortest, you can see here. Also, he doesn't make footsteps because he has wheels, so he makes wheel noises as he moves. Very fun. Also, before I go down the rest of the tree, Claptrap actually resists fire damage and takes extra damage from corrosive. Because he is a robot and not a silly flesh person, so he takes extra damage from corrosive instead, which is pretty neat. But yeah, fuzzy logic. It might seem weird to have a skill that benefits from you getting hit, but Claptrap can take some hits, don't you worry about it. We'll explain that more when we get to the blue tree. Or the very next skill, honestly. This is safety first. This gives you subroutines. Specifically, this one gives you defensive subroutines. The defensive subroutines will either swap between health or shield base, giving you increased capacity and constant regen for each one, in exchange for dealing reduced gun damage. Now that's just gun damage. That's not element damage, that's not splash damage, that's not crit damage, that's just gun damage. So, believe it or not, this actually honestly is worth taking, because constant health and shield regeneration for free, basically, is very strong. And it will get stronger, as we will read later on. And if you're wondering what the other... Oh, hold on. Let's actually see. So yeah, you can see in the... Above my experience bar, where the level 70 is, we are currently in shield subroutine. So if I just take some damage here... Ouchie. Oh, we're not in shield subroutine. The thing is broken. Damn. Borderlands is letting me down again. Yeah, we are in fact in health subroutine. You can tell by my health constantly regenerating. Yeah, when it says constant regeneration, that's not a lie. They do mean that. Oh no, it is shield. No, wait, no, it's not shield. Hold on. How much does the Mork have? Oh no, wait, it is shield. Yeah, I'm blind. Never mind. It's not lying to me. I am a liar. I'm a liar and say, of course it's shield. It's in the middle there counting down. God, I need a nap, and I woke up like an hour ago. It's fine. But yeah, we are in shield subroutine. You know what it was? I was shocked. That was the problem. I hit myself with a shot grenade. I could just do this. Here we go. Anyway, so yeah. Keeps you alive. Very nice. Now, why didn't I take the other skill going down this tree? This is all the guns. This one gives you gun subroutines. This one basically makes you more effective with a specific gun type and makes you less effective with every other gun type, giving you increased damage, fire rate, and reload speed for the main gun, and then just less damage for the wrong gun. Once again, it's honestly not that much of a downside for not having the correct gun type, and a good upside for being in the correct gun type. Take it if you want to, but if you're playing the base version, you don't have a choice. In the base game, fuzzy logic actually only goes up to 3, meaning no matter what, you would need to take safety first and all the guns in order to go further down the tree. Hi, I'm new. No, you're not! Stop lying! So, yeah. Because of that, it makes Claptrap just slightly more awkward to work with compared to literally everyone else. But again, if you're playing the community patch, you don't need to worry about that. And you can just simply take all the guns, or take fuzzy logic, and ignore the other one if you want. So let's go down the rest of the tree. Surprise! Stabilize makes you, increases your accuracy and recoil reduction if you get hit. By a lot, honestly. That's a pretty high amount. 50 on both is very strong. That's a lot. Ah! The Discord dudes are doing. Boop. Beep. Blue Shell increases your gun damage, fire rate, reload speed, while in Fight for Your Life, and I believe the community patch version gives you more Fight for Your Life time. Once again, I'm going to stop mentioning the community patch version. I'm going to assume you're playing on the community. You are playing on the community patch, right? Right? Good. Anyway, so yeah, this one's just increased stats while you're in Fight for Your Life. which is very good and helps you get back up. This might seem a little redundant on a character who is seemingly intending to be alive for as long as possible because of their tankiness, but I assure you, it will work out in the end. Don't you worry. Now as for this middle skill that I didn't take, this is Rope-a-Derp. This one will give you melee-focused subroutine, which gives you a massive melee damage bonus and reduces your gun damage. Fair enough, I'm not really a melee person in these games, so I tend not to take this. Playing Splatoon, like the sniper weapons. Beep. Never actually played Splatoon. Received the... I gotta listen to the soundtracks one day. Triple Clocked will multiply by 3, hence the name Triple, will triple the amount of the bonuses and penalties that the subroutine gives you. So, for example, instead of having, say, minus 15% gun damage because you're in safety first, you will instead have minus 45% gun damage. But in exchange, you'll also have, what is that, 115% max health or shield in exchange, and then, yeah, the 7.5% of the regen. You want this. You really want this. This is an insanely strong thing. Again, most of the downsides are tolerable. Even a 45% nerf to gun damage, once again, only applies to gun damage, meaning it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And don't you worry, Claptrap will have plenty of ways to supplement their damage in other ways that are not just gun do more. This also does give you the one-shot wonder action skill package for VaultHunter.exe, which is quite nice. I'm not the biggest fan of that action skill. I already explained what it did, but once again, really quickly, it will make you shoot your entire magazine in one big shot, as if you had a, similar to the overload glitch effect, but instead of a little bit of increased ammo, it is all of it, and one strong bullet. I generally don't like this action skill, but the actual skill is so strong that it's worth taking. Grenade Vent increases your grenade damage. Once again, because Borderlands, grenade damage does not literally just mean grenade damage. Grenade damage is also splash damage. So that's elemental splash effects, like, say, Malawan weapons. That's grenades, obviously. That's rocket splash effects, like, say, if you shoot a Malawan rocket launcher, or quite frankly, any rocket launcher. That is all splash damage. Anything that does splash damage is boosted by grenade damage. Which means this is a massive bonus to a lot of the stuff that you're going to be doing, as we'll come see later. It also increases the amount of frag stacks you have when you throw a grenade, if you would prefer to stay in the current subroutine that you're in, which is quite nice. The Element of Surprise gives you elemental subroutines, which will, of course, increase the damage for your chosen element and nerf the damage for the element that you don't pick. Also gives you the ability to do a Nova of said element when you blow up and lose your shield, which is quite nice. It's not something you necessarily need to go out of your way for, as we're going to see in a moment, but it is nice. I typically, once again, don't really like picking this one. I find that the constant gear and menu swapping you need to do to facilitate this just makes it unfun. Not to say that this and all the guns are bad, but safety first is literally just the least headache-inducing of these to work. So it's the ones I tend to go with the most. Death Machine is a kill skill giving you gun damage, reload speed, and movement speed for the typical kill skill amount. That is, again, roughly 7.5 seconds. And that's a lot of gun damage, movement speed, and reload speed. Hey, look, we almost immediately fixed our gun damage problem from the safety first, without even really needing to think about it. Cryogenic Exhaust Manifold lets you do a Cryo Nova when you slam, and also makes you lose frag stacks. So if you wanted to switch your subroutine faster, bam, you can slam and then lose some stacks. Slamming in a vacuum is always weird. But yeah, 41, 31, 20, 9, and then next upper team. Just like that. This isn't necessarily a skill you need, but it's nice if you get by this point. It's kind of hard to want this over the other things you're probably going to be taking as you're moving down this tree, but do keep it in mind, I suppose. Float like a bee increases your melee damage and makes it so that if you kill an enemy with a melee attack, you will get frag stacks, some health, and some movement speed for a few seconds. Again, lets you do melee stuff if you want to do melee stuff. I'm not really a melee person in any of the Borderlands games, but if you want to, this is how you work. Side note, one other important thing, if you are playing with the community patch, an important thing you can do is you can modify which of the action skills you can get from VaultHunter.exe. So if you would like to do a melee-only build, you can make it so that VaultHunter.exe always gives you the Krieg bonus, which gives you the buzzsaws and the melee bonus, or you can make it so that you never get that bonus and would prefer to get the other ones that focus a little bit more on gun stuff instead. You choose what you would like accordingly, but do keep it in mind. That'd be a fun idea one day, a Claptrap melee playthrough. Maybe I should do it with Limitless. Right? Just like throw a buzz axe at a guy. Really strong. Do like a bajillion T damage. Maybe. Rainbow Coolant makes it so that whenever you switch subroutines, you will emit a rainbow nova of all elements, and also gives you the action package Laser Inferno, which will spawn a disco ball above your head and will do constant omni-elemental damage, literally just cycling through all the elements to any enemy that gets close enough to you. Let's see if the game will be nice and give it to me. No, it didn't. See, you can tell I've played as Claptrap a little bit before because I made sure to not be within explosive range of those grenades. We'll talk about that one in a moment. But yeah, Rainbow Coolant is quite nice. I quite like the skill itself. I really like the disco ball. And even though they don't do the highest amounts of damage, they're very useful for various other things that Claptrap wants to be doing, and is a very synergistic with the skill in his blue tree. So let's talk about it. This blue tree, I love you guys, is a mostly defensive-focused tree, and it's the one that makes him debatably the tankiest character in this game, and one of the tankiest characters in this series. Let's start with Best Buds for Life. Whenever you've revived, or you revive someone else, you and your buddy will gain health, regeneration, and damage resistance for a short amount of time. You'll also get increased fight for your lifetime, and gun damage while downed. So yeah, really simple. Did you just get back up? Did you get someone else back up? Well, now you're both stronger for a while. Maniacal Laughter increases Claptrap's status effect chance, and dealing status effect damage to enemies gives you stacks of Maniacal Laughter, which will give you and all allies health regeneration for every stack. The lower your health, the greater the bonus. Again, I mentioned that this was very I mentioned that Rainbow Coolant was very synergistic with a particular skill. Here it is. This one's very simple. Just constantly do dots to enemies, and you'll just get more healing for it. It's very self-explanatory, it's very simple, and it's very effective. All the things are awesome, increases your fire rate, weapon swap speed, and max health for you and all of your teammates, and for each teammate you have, the bonus will get stronger. Again, Claptrap is weird. Claptrap is basically a weirdo bard. It's like if you took a bard and a gadabout from Dragon Quest and smushed them together. And I really like it. You will not play as any other character like Claptrap in a game. Kick him while he's down will make it so that while you're in fight for your life, enemies will no longer run away from you, and as a matter of fact, they'll run towards you and constantly hit you more. Now, this might sound weird, but if you've never played Borderlands before, typically when you go into fight for your life, enemies will start to move away from you in order to make it harder for you to kill them, so it's harder for you to get back up. Because if you kill an enemy while in fight for your life, you get back up and revive. This basically makes Claptrap apply a taunt whenever that happens, which means that they'll not move away, making it substantially easier for Claptrap to get right back up. It will also give you the action package Clap in a Box. which I really don't like. Top in the box, you'll pull out a giant bomb, and if you don't kill something with it, you'll go into fight for your life. Might be the worst of these, but unironically, Kick-A-Molly's down is so useful that it's worth taking the skill, even though that roll sucks. It'd be like that. Through Thick and Thin increases your action skill cooldown rate, which is very handy because 40 seconds is a long time for Borderlands. It also makes it so that when you're actually in your action skill, instead, your allies will get the bonus, being able to get to their action skills much faster. How nice. You're Going to Love Me will make it so that when you kill an enemy, they will create a friendship nova. As funny sounding as that is, basically, they'll do an AoE heal for your allies who are around them. The lower your health, the greater the bonus. It will also give you Gun Wizard. Let's try hitting another one of these and see if I end up getting Gun Wizard, but let's see if the game will be nice to me or not, and not give me Gun Wizard. You never know. Whee! Oh, also, I forgot to mention, sliding is typically not a thing you can do in Borderlands 2 or the pre-sequel. With the specific mod pack that I am using, I have decided to add sliding and turn sliding on with the SDK mods, because sliding is neat, and it really fits with the Borderlands movement. Alright, let's see what we'll get here. Hey, we got it! So yeah, Gun Wizard is essentially a really strong all stats up for your weapons. But you may notice, never mind, we'll get there. It's a lot of explosions. Let's see, is there anything else Gun Wizard does to make sure I'm not missing anything? 100% bonus fire rate, reload speed, and bag size, refills the supply of all ammunition except rockets and grenades, and as well applies it to Claptrap's allies. What a nice friend. It's a trap card. Makes it so that when your shield is depleted, you will release a Mega Nova that will heal you and hurt enemies. Low health allies are healed for more, and your shield must fully recharge. It will heal for up to 15% of your max health, which will affect certain shields a bit more than others, obviously, because that will make some shields better and some shields worse, because, like, you know, Turtle Shield will lower your health, but that is still a strong effect, because Claptrap has various ways to increase his maximum health. And various other things that involve him in having his health and the defensive subroutines. You don't need to worry about it. Tonight on Claptrap Saves the Day. Yes! Speaking of, wax on, wax off. Hello, the Beer Jesus. That's a great fucking username for first time chatter. Wax on, wax off will give you increased shield capacity, recharge rate, and shield delay, making your shields better for basically nothing. You might not want this if you're going the melee build, because the increased shield, or the better shield recharge delay is a little bit annoying because of how Roid Shields work. Again, I really don't like Roid Shields, and I really don't like playing melee in Borderlands, but if you want to, I would advise to not take this skill. Pain Simulator is painful, will increase your maximum health, and just give you damage reduction. Damage reduction is a not commonly used defensive stat in Borderlands, and it's really strong, actually. We're born on Easter and make your own beard. Good lord. Quite literally. But yeah, this is a pretty damn good skill. It's health and just defense. Like, just the closest thing to defense you're gonna get in a Borderlands game. It's pretty good. Organized guns are happy, will increase your magazine size for you and all of your allies. Very self-explanatory, very simple, very strong. Although, I wish the bonus could be a bit higher for how low it is in the tree, but that's neither here nor there. Kick-A-Molly's up! I love these skill names. We'll make it so that whenever you revive from second wind, your gun damage, melee damage, and critical hit damage are increased for a few seconds. For, once again, roughly the same amount as a kill skill, about 7.5 seconds. And these are all, again, strong bonuses. And then the capstone of this tree, High Five Guys, where you can hold the melee button in order to ask for a high five. Now, if your friend melees you back, then you and your friend will get gun damage, fire rate, and health regeneration. If you get left hanging, you'll still get gun damage and health regeneration. But there is a good thing about this. That I'm going to just go demonstrate because it will help highlight something instead. So let's go demonstrate it really quick. This is why the pre-sequel is so great. I agree. Your first time catter, the Beer Jesus. I've been doing these tier lists in order of character I've played the most to least. So I started with Athena, then went to Nisha. We did Jax a few days ago, and now we're on Claptrap. So we'll probably be doing Aurelia next, and then finally Wilco. Athena for me is boring. I could not disagree more, but you can go and watch the actual video that is on the YouTube channel to explain why. Her game flow and the way she looks at gear, which honestly is just a big thing about this game in general, and the reason I wanted to do the tier list with this game and not any of the others. The characters in this game treat their gear as a lot more than just weapons that do big numbers, right? A lot of the weapons that the characters use facilitate gameplay patterns that the character wants to do, and they're not just strictly weapons for killing things, which is I really enjoy about this game so much. And it helps a lot. The characters are also not OP, they have their own balance. Look at Nisha. Yes, Nisha is also balanced because she's by far and above the squishiest character in the game, and her squishiness, her survivability is tied to luck, right? She is a glass cannon. She's the glassiest cannon, by all means, but she's neat in her own way. And honestly, I even struggled to think that she's the strongest character in this game. I would very easily still give that to Athena, because Athena, with her proper play pattern, is immortal and can use basically anything that has an element to kill whatever the fuck she needs. And I can't really say that with everyone else, although Jack does get close. But even Jack requires constant movement, and he has diminishing returns on his survivability because of how his clones work and having to constantly kill things in order to maintain that survivability, whereas Athena doesn't have that problem. Yeah, I think Athena is by far this game's strongest character, but I don't think she's like so necessarily over. First of all, I don't even really necessarily care about balance when it comes to games like Borderlands. I generally prefer if everyone is strong. And yeah, everyone is pretty damn good in this game for the most part. My thing is, I just prefer that everyone be at a certain level of playable. Like, we don't want, like, a Borderlands 3 launch Zane, as an example. Because that just feels bad, right? You want everyone to be playable in a game like this, because otherwise, why play them? I was kind of talking about this with friends the other day, because, like, when it comes to, like, more competitive games, like, say, like, MOBAs. We were talking about MOBAs specifically because Kukulkan launched in Smite 2 very poorly. Like, he was by far considered, like, the worst God release in Smite 2. And he is very weak, but I needed to emphasize that, like, the point where his weakness starts mattering is, like, not a point where most casual players are going to notice, which is why you shouldn't really care about that. Meanwhile, in something like this, where you have the potential to only be playing by yourself, yeah, it feels bad when the character you picked just can't fucking do anything. Which, yeah, no one really suffers from that in this game all that much. Also, yeah, I love the pre-sequel by far. I really wish the pre-sequel got more content, and I'm really upset that 2K Australia got shut down before they could add more DLC packs to this game, because I feel like that would have improved this game's reputation a lot more, considering how many of the issues that this game had at launch that they fixed, and relatively quickly. And especially considering how much everyone actually unironically loves the Claptastic Voyage as a DLC. Like, it is very often put in people's top 5 DLCs in the series, because it's that good, and it's really unfortunate. It's really, really unfortunate that, this game never got more content, because I feel like that would have helped fix people's perception about this game, honestly. Anyway, now that we are here, the whole reason I even came over here was to demonstrate something. So, high five, guys. A Torg factory that's a parody of Willy Wonka. That would be pretty lit, actually. So yeah, we can see... Boop! Oh no, he died. Oh, I should probably turn off the eddy so it's not tasing enemies for me. We'll just turn on the support relay. But yeah, high five, guys. If you... I'm dying. High five. I said if you high five, accidentally Hyperion punch, and an enemy melees you, you'll still get the bonus. There's a lot going on with Claptrap. We'll explain all those other things in a moment, don't you worry. But yes, if an enemy melees you while you have your hand up for high five, guys, that will still activate the full benefits of high five, guys. So do keep that in mind. And don't worry, you will be in melee range for a lot of enemies with this character. Alright, thank you very much, Kagons. I must go back to deck 13 and a half. That would also be neat.
Glad I didn't mess that up.
Yeah, I still don't have Borderlands 4, so I'm not sure what's going on there. You know what's my thing? Like, I appreciate the fact that, like... I need the money. No! We're not giving you loans, Nibiru. No. You mean Destiny 3, right? Again, I haven't played it, so I have no real opinion on it. I'm 400% broke. Yeah, that's a lot. I don't believe you. That sounds like a big number.
Delicious. Why did I just say that?
The lore is so broken out in Borderlands. Yeah, the writing is definitely gotten worse. Is it that much worse in 4? Because, like, 3 was, like, infamously bad for, like, the main story. But, like, all the DLCs had, like, pretty solid writing. Again, I have not played... Someone in the pre-sequel returns somehow isn't dead. Good lord. I'll bonk your pet frog, Frank, if I don't get the loan. Well, I don't have any pet frogs, so I don't know whose pet frog you're bonking, but don't do that. Alrighty. On to Claptrap's final... Whose frog is this? Great question. On to Claptrap's final tree, and probably my favorite, it's not really going to be a surprise, Boom Trap! You can probably guess what this tree is going to be about by the name! Let's start with Drop the Hammer. Reloading your weapon increases your fire rate and reload speed, but reduces your accuracy for a few seconds. You don't care. 10% is such a low amount of an accuracy drop that it's not really perceivable. So you're basically getting fire rate and reload speed for free, which is quite nice. And you'll want to be reloading things. Killbot makes it so that killing an enemy will restore your health but drain your shields. But if you have no shields, then you'll just get more health. Don't worry, you're not going to have too much shield for that long anyway. Unless you want to, or if you're in shield subroutine. Again, defensive subroutines are pretty good. Repulsive makes it so that if you get a melee attack from an enemy, you will emit a blast wave that will deal explosive damage, and because of the community patch, this one has substantially more momentum on the shockwave, which is pretty nice. You can end up sending people to the depths of hell, because they had the audacity to try and melee you. It's pretty funny. Coincidental Combustion gives you a chance that when you shoot a non-explosive weapon, you'll deal bonus explosive damage. So, we have the Absolute Zero here. We're just... Oh, look at that. Very first tick. Yep. You can see... Ooh, that was a big one. We'll get to that in a moment. But yeah. Any... And mind you, that's any non-explosive weapon, including this one. Bananas or banana egg. Yay! So yeah, as you might imagine, this skill has pretty damn good synergy with cryo weapons. Yeah, being able to freeze enemies with a decent chance of just blowing them up is pretty damn good. Second Wind by Tedior makes it so that when you go into Fight for Your Life, you will throw a copy of yourself that will then blow up, and you'll constantly emit explosive novas, as well as getting a smidge more of Fight for Your Lifetime. Which is all really damn good. I'm not even kidding when I say you will often go into Fight for Your Life and immediately pop back out because of the amount of damage that this thing does. This skill is fucking strong. You will almost always just immediately kill whatever the fuck downed you. Oh, god damn it, what the fucking fox get me now? Oh, Lord. Oh! Huh. Well, I guess I have Warrior's Abyss now. Yay. If you don't know what that is, it is a horde, it's a horde shooter based on Dynasty Warriors. Yeah, Koei Tecmo made a horde shooter for Dynasty Warriors, so we'll give that a try. Love me horde shooters. But yeah, Second Wind by Tedior is insanely strong, and it's 1 point. Just fucking take it as you're going down the tree. Just take it. You want it. Let's go left to right here. Load and Explode makes it so that after reloading, you will deal increased explosive damage. That stacks up to 5 times. This is... Do I have to explain why that's good? We've already went over a bunch of synergies that go over a whole bunch of things that boost reload speed. Tedior weapons in general, as you might guess, are really strong on a character like Claptrap, who's just constantly fucking throwing things, has a bunch of reload speed, and increases his own explosive damage. Yeah, this skill is really fucking good. And we're not even done. I'm Rubber, You're Glue makes it so that when you kill an enemy, you will have a 25% bullet reflection chance, which is quite nice and very strong. It will also give you the action skill Torque Fiesta. That was the action skill that activated earlier, where a bunch of grenades popped out of me. An important thing about all of these grenades, they can hurt you, but they can't down you. They will put you on 1 HP if you're close enough to the fucking grenade blowing up. But you will not die from that. You will die because you stepped on something you shouldn't have stepped on. You will die because an enemy shot you. You will die because you have dot damage. But the grenades themselves cannot kill you. So do keep that in mind. I understand if you don't want to take this because of how dangerous that skill has the potential to be. That action package is very strong and is, very self-defeating, obviously. But why else would you be playing as Claptrap? You want to blow things up, don't you? Just take it. It's free explosions on things that you're already doing. You're already walking around and blowing things up. Why not just walk around and blow more things up? Just take it. You're playing this character to have fun. It's 1 point. What are you really losing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, all of these grenades also synergize with all of Claptrap's explosive damage bonuses, and because they're grenades, they also just synergize with all the splash damage bonuses too, unconditionally, which means that these fucking grenades do a shit ton of damage. I don't know if you guys saw it earlier in the stream when I activated this. Let's see if it happens again. God damn it. It did not. See, the community patch loves us, so now that skill won't just fucking kill us immediately if we don't kill something with it. It's quite nice. Again, if you're playing on the... again, if this is especially going to be relevant for the next skill, or not the next skill, but the skill after this that we're about to talk about, please, for the love of God, I'm assuming you're playing on the community patch, because I think out of all the characters in this game, Claptrap debatably benefits the most from all these skill changes. Do keep that in mind. Start with a bang. When firing a fully loaded gun after reloading, you will generate an explosive nova that will do 5% of your current health. Except no, it won't. What it instead actually does is your shield. It will deal 5% of your current health to your shield first, then your health. Do keep that in mind. Again, you're reloading all the time. You're blowing things up all the time. This is a really good skill. You want this. And if you're that scared of it, you can take it at only 1 point. It will still get multiplied by the explosive damage bonuses, by the splash damage bonuses, and by all the other bonuses that Claptrap gets. So honestly, even only having it at 1 point is still pretty damn strong if you're that scared of losing that much health. I wouldn't worry about it though. It's fun. Hyperion Punch. Of all the skills in this game to benefit from the community patch changes, this is the one that benefits the most. Because this skill is a melee override that makes it so that you will shoot out a explosive punch. Except, in the base game, it was fire. Why was it fire in the base game? It was. I know why. It's obvious. In case you don't know, it's a Captain Falcon Punch reference. But Claptrap is literally all about explosives. You could have just made it explosive to begin with, and that literally solves this thing's problem. Because, as you saw by the big-ass numbers popping out of the enemies, which, side note, further reminder, we do not have any comms active, and we do not have that much bonuses. This does a lot of damage. Explosive. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Why wasn't it explosive? How long is the cooldown, actually? Let me double check that. Oh, it's after dealing explosive damage. I'm silly. So you know what? Yeah, let's do some explosive damage. You know, let's do some more. You know, matter of fact, yeah, let's like do this as let me get a. Do I have? Where's the any? Yeah, that. Alright, there we go. So we have max stacks and load and explode. Oh my god, I fucking whiffed because I'm a potato. It's okay. Oh my lord. Good lord. We are in fact seeing big numbers popping up. Yeah, we got a 400k, Jesus fucking Christ, those numbers. 331k and 667k. The only thing bad about this skill in the base game was that it was fire-locked. And again, this is the pre-sequel. You really don't want things to be fire-locked in this game. But this skill especially suffered for it. Because you still needed to do explosive damage in order to fuel it. So why not just make it explosive? Yeah, but from now on, you don't get stacks of Hyperion Punch whenever you do explosive damage, which is all the fucking time. So now basically, just unconditionally, you can just punch a guy and just blow them up. One last thing is literally just Salvador's money shot. It's money shot. It's literally just how it has literally the exact same bonus and needs the exact same. It's literally money shot. Now, Claptrap cannot abuse it like Salvador can. Because he doesn't have the various skills to keep him topped up. He doesn't have the offhand bonuses. He doesn't have the ammo regen, so on and so forth. But this is still money shot. 400% bonus on the last hit of your weapon is a lot. And a reminder, that's bonus damage. That's not bonus gun damage, that's bonus damage. That means everything gets multiplied at the end. This skill is insanely strong. Claptrap doesn't really have a problem using any weapon in the game. Again, I brought up the fact that I have an air tier. I'm gonna be real, I don't think we're going to need that. Claptrap, by proxy of being Claptrap, just wants things to just blow up, and he can make anything that's not blowing up blow up. Might be interested in playing the pre-sequel with you later. Maybe. I'd have to walk you through installing the mods, but those are easy and not going to take too much time. But yeah. But yeah, one last thing is very strong. And now for my favorite Claptrap skill, and probably most people's favorite Claptrap skill, Living Near the Edge. Living Near the Edge will increase your fire rate and reload speed the lower your health and shields are. Except no, that's not how it works, because similar to wrong window. Similar to Salvador, oh my god, I'm forgetting the name of the Salvador skill. I can see it. I'm on Loot Lemon. I'm going to look at it because it works the exact same way. Because Borderlands is weird. Where is it? Yeah, Inconceivable. There we go. Similar to Inconceivable, because Inconceivable also says that your health and shield need to be lower for the maximum chance to work. No, you don't. Only your shield counts. So yeah, if your shield is gone, you just get the full benefit. Now, your shield does need to exist. You can't just have no shield and get the benefit from this. So really quickly, just as an example, we're just gonna shoot, we're gonna wait for all of my bonuses to go away and shoot at the wall here. So yeah, that was 5 shots. We're gonna injure myself. There we go, no shield. There you go, it's that simple. And yeah, it's a good thing Claptrap has a bunch of skills that incidentally lower his health to constantly gain this bonus, isn't it? Yeah, so the fun thing about how this skill interacts, Inconceivable is the same way. If your health's not full, but your shield is, you'll still get a bonus, but when your shield's gone, you just get the full bonus. I don't know why Borderlands works that way, but it does. It's very silly. Borderlands is just a fucking mess of skills not working the way they say they do. So the reason this works, thank you Loot Lemon, is because the depleted shield and health values are multiplied. So if one of the values is on 0, whether your health or your shield, but obviously your health can't be on 0, it will just automatically activate at full effect, because that's what it cares about. So yeah, just having your shield gone is enough to give it. I don't know why. Borderlands is weird. More importantly, and perhaps more fun, is the action skill you get. Let's see if the game will be nice and give it to me.
I'm going commando.
It did not. It summoned a minion trap. Yeah. Again, summons a little doodad. It's basically your own Axton turret. It shoots missiles, and it's got a fucking dull gun that it shoots out. It's pretty funny. Actually, you know, I just realized maybe it's a good thing that the action skill didn't happen. The action skill turns you into pirate ship mode, where you will grow 4 cannons on the edges of your screen, and you will shoot out explosive cannon blast to Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture. Synchronized with the music, you know, that song, you will literally shoot out cannons to that song's rhythm. It's really strong. Things will die very easily. Keep that in mind. So yeah, Claptrap, as you might guess, is a bit weird. Because you're essentially using his defensive skills to supplement his offense. His offense, which drains his defense, but because of the increased defenses, you're constantly cycling through a weird state of being weak and not weak at the same time in order to be strong, right? You're vulnerable, but you're not any more vulnerable than a lot of the other characters in this game. As a matter of fact, quite the opposite. So you're literally just constantly just deciding chuck and chuck and chuck and chuck, and you don't care how weak you get. You're getting constant healing, you're getting constant shield regen, you're getting, you know, just a bunch of fucking explosive stats, right? You're doing just tons of damage, and if push comes to shove, you can just hit your action skill button and just get a full heal anyway. Hey look, there's Laser Inferno. Oh, they're not close enough to hit with the disco ball. Yeah, the disco ball is a really short range. The enemy basically has to be in melee range for you to hit them with this. Kind of sucks. I really wish that someone would make a modified training area for this that just removes these bars so you can walk on this area. And be able to test out melee stuff on these guys. I hate that the training areas don't let you do that in Borderlands 2 and 3. Although Borderlands 2 does have mods to have a better training area that does put enemies in melee range, so that helps a little bit. And obviously in Borderlands 3, there's the Handsome Jack post-up that you can just walk to. But yeah, that's Claptrap. Claptrap is very tanky. Claptrap is very random. Claptrap likes blowing things up. Claptrap is very much a go-with-the-flow character. There's a very general idea of the kind of things you want and the kind of things you really, really, really want. What you really, really want. But Claptrap doesn't really suffer from using things that... Claptrap is not like Athena, where Athena definitely doesn't want non-elemental weapons, right? Like, Athena literally does nothing with non-elemental weapons. She does not want them. She does not want them at all. But Claptrap is not like that. Claptrap can be given anything, but has obvious preference for anything explosive, anything with low reload or fast reload speed, like TDR weapons in general because they blow up, and of course, explosive weapons like Torg. So, with all that, let's get to the assault rifles. Starting, of course, with the Fusillade. The Fusillade is a legendary scav assault rifle that can come in all elements. I'm only going to say this one time. Explosive is not an element, so if I don't say it can come in explosive, it will not come in explosive. It can come in all elements and non-elemental. It is simply just an improved version of a similarly spec'd out scav purple weapon. So, it is just a stronger version of a scav purple. And again, I actually really enjoy that about the pre-sequel, because sometimes, some of the time, you just want a weapon that's just regular and not gimmicky. And the Fusillade is exactly that. The Fusillade is literally just, has a bunch of ammo, does good damage, has higher stats than the purple rarity versions of similarly spec'd out weapons. It is literally just TDR assault, or scav assault rifle, but legendary statted. And that's fine. You know, sometimes that's exactly what you want. So the Fusillade is pretty alright. Hello? Yeah. Claptrap does have an obvious preference for wanting things in cryo. But if you want an element match, by all means, go ahead. But yeah, the Fusillade is alright. You know, if you get it, you're happy. I'm starting to think I should change the name of this to just, like... Because, like, you want these is a bit too much, right? You know what? Yeah, we'll change this to happy if you find it. Yeah, because, you know, if you get it, you're happy. But it's not something you would go out of your way for. And I feel that's the important bit. Once again, I am going to pitch the weapons that I am not going to keep, or any of the gear that I am going to keep in those top 2 tiers, just for the sake of keeping this nice and clean. Goodbye! Boop. Up next is the Shredder-Fire. The Shredder-Fire is a legendary Glide-Off assault rifle that can come in all elements, that has the unique effect of, once again, essentially just being a stronger version of a purple rarity Glide-Off assault rifle. This one in particular can spiel up fast faster than the purple variant, but that's not something you typically need to care about all that often. But it is a thing that happens. Jesus Christ, you can even tell with that that damage that's happening there, how much extra damage one last thing is doing. Especially on, like, crit spots. So yeah, the Shredder Fire. It's, once again, pretty solid. If you get one in Cryo, it's pretty nice. It's not something you go out of your way for. There will be better things at freezing opponents. That's usually this weapon's biggest problem, is that, like, the best version is usually... I always get fucking lost when looking for these things. I've done this 4 times. You'd think I'd know where the weapons are by now. Because of the fucking cursed-ass way the tier list maker puts things. I do not. There it is. But yeah, if you get one, you're happy. The Kerboom is a legendary Torgue assault rifle that has the unique effect of, upon hitting a surface or enemy, it will shoot out a child grenade in a random direction. And then the one last thing shot. Pretty big amount of damage. Yeah, this one's, I hope, really self-explanatory. You will probably not be surprised that Claptrap is among the better users of this weapon. It fits him basically to a T. One thing you do need to keep in mind is that this is a very slow weapon. The reload speed is a bit high. The fire rate is a bit low. It chugs. It goes dong, 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 dong. But the damage is good. And the explosives are helpful. Where are you at, Kerboom? Here you are. Yeah. Claptrap. I think this warrants putting it here for Claptrap. Claptrap can definitely use this weapon better than most of the other characters, and especially the characters we've covered so far. Finally, or not finally, this is the Hammerbuster. The Hammerbuster is a legendary Jacobs assault rifle that has the unique effect of doing piercing bullets. If you shoot this, the bullet... I say piercing bullets, but again, because Borderlands, piercing bullets does not actually work the way it says. The bullet does not penetrate the target. What happens instead is a bullet gets cloned based on what the target... where it hits the target, and it will just create a cloned bullet that proceeds to go along. I need to mention that because that's one of the reasons why Boar does so much damage. It's because Boar multiplies on overlapping hitboxes on enemies, and this gun basically works the same way that Boar does. Now, if you're not Nisha, this isn't really something you need to worry about. But Nisha can crash the game with this gun if you're using it to kill EOS, so do be careful. Other than that, this is, as I said, a stronger, legendary statted, essentially purple version of a Jacobs assault rifle. If you're playing with a community patch, there is an optional patch to turn this into a spinny gun version instead, but still being Jacobs. I would highly recommend that. It helps substantially with the fire rate and gives you, just makes it feel a lot better to do. The Hammerbuster is not bad. It's fine. If you get it, you're not upset. Where are you at, Hammerbuster? There you are. Boop. Yeah, you're happy if you find one. The Major Tom is a legendary doll assault rifle that has the unique effect of, upon shooting it, will shoot out 3 shots, but in burst fire, it will shoot converging towards the center. Also has a very fast rate of fire for a burst. Actually, matter of fact, hold on. Oh, that's almost 0 burst delay. That's really good, actually. It's not 0. Or, if it is 0, Borderlands treats its burst delay very different than Call of Duty, because 0 burst delay in Call of Duty is very different than 0 burst delay in other games. But yes. That is all there is to the Major Tom. It is a very simple weapon. It's a decently effective weapon. Obviously, once again, if you get one in Cryo, that's what you prefer, but, again, it's a nice one. I don't really have that much bad to say about the assault rifles in the pre-sequel, but I don't have much good to say about many of them either. The Crybaby is a scav unique weapon obtainable from the Holodome. This one has 2 barrels. It can shoot a wiggly shot, or it can be like this and shoot out 3 shots at once. It can come in non-elemental. It can also come in, if I remember correctly, cryo and corrosive. For some reason, those are the elements they chose. But yes, this is just a stronger than average blue rarity scav assault rifle that has decent damage, good stats, and again the unique effect of shooting out either wiggly shots that deal increased damage or the triple shot to potentially hit more targets. It's fine. Yeah. This is going to be the first one to go into you could do better. You could absolutely do worse than... could you? Again, I don't know if this ad tier is going to be used. We'll know by the end of this. But yeah, you can do better than the Crybaby. The Wallop is a unique rarity Jacob's assault rifle that has slightly higher than average critical hit damage multiplier. And then similarly parted weapons, which is nice and fine. Claptrap gets a decent amount of critical hit bonus in his trees, so honestly, he doesn't hate Jacobs, but I feel like it's kind of working at a disservice with all of his fire rate boosts. I'm not exactly the biggest fan of Jacobs on Claptrap, except for one weapon that we'll get to later. You probably know what it is. But yeah, the Wallop is okay. It's another one that's just like, it's fine when you get it. You can absolutely do worse. The Hail is a unique rarity Vladov assault rifle that is a Moxie weapon. Because it is a Moxie weapon, it has the unique trait of having lifesteal, meaning all the damage you deal will heal you for a certain percentage. If I remember correctly, this one is 2.5%. Now, the main unique effect of this weapon is it shoots out arcing shots, and as these shots... Ooh, look at that. Yeah, exploding with rainbow coolant is one of the best ways of building maniacal laughter stacks because it applies all statuses at once, which is pretty self-explanatory and pretty nice. But yeah, the Hail, as you shoot a shot, it has a chance to duplicate along its travel path and basically create a friend that will then also hit the target wherever it's landing. Now, this is a bit awkward because it means you have to be at a decent ways away from your opponents, but as you can see, that might not always work out too well. But there, of course, is another way of utilizing this weapon that any expert Borderlands player knows. Much like the sickest sicko on OnlyFans, you aim for their feet. And that will aim at the opponent's head and upper body, making it substantially easier to hit their spots. Claptrap really likes the Hail. Yeah, lifesteal. I find that most of the characters in this game don't particularly care about wanting a Moxie weapon. I find that their defensive skills are good enough, and I find that they typically are not in the moments where they really need one. However, the Hail is a bit different because it synergizes with Claptrap because he's someone who's constantly essentially using his health as a damaging resource. So, extra lifesteal from a Moxie weapon is actually not a bad idea. Also, and I must stress this, all damage you deal is gonna come back to you as lifesteal. Because Borderlands. Not just the shots from this weapon. As an example. There we go. I'm injured, I'm holding the Hail, I am throwing the Stormfront, and then look at that. I'm getting healing from them. Here, I'll even do a Hyperion Punch. No, I won't. I will miss, because I am garbage. We need a bit more explosive stacks. There we go. Alrighty. So, now what I meant to do. I need a nap. Again. I'm just gonna injure myself. Bam. Oh, do I still not have enough explosive? Come on. That has to be 5. There we go. Pew! Bam. Get a big old boost of healing. It's been a while since a Guilty Gear song popped up. Shuffle is doing a pretty good job. But yeah, Claptrap really likes the hail. Up next, the Boss Nova is a legendary scav, or not legendary, is a unique scav assault rifle that has the unique effect of only doing splash damage. Yeah, and when the bullet hits the surface, it will then AoE, and then just do some splash damage. If I remember correctly, this one cannot come in all elements, so give me a quick moment as I double check. Anyway, no, this one can come in all elements, it just cannot come in non-elemental. Yeah. This one is weird, not gonna lie. Claptrap has a good amount of critical hit damage, so he doesn't love splash-only weapons, and not to mention, there's only a handful of those in the series anyway, like, what the fuck is this thing? Yeah, this is a weird gun. But it is definitely something Claptrap can utilize without too much issue. Still not the biggest fan of this weapon, though, but it's alright. The Old Painful is a unique rarity Vlad assault rifle that has a unique effect of being locked to fire and shooting lasers. That's it. That's all this weapon does. Yeah, not much else to say about this weapon, quite honestly. You can see how underwhelmed I am by a lot of the assault rifles. I gotta say, if there's anything good, a handful of the good things that Borderlands 3 did, they made a lot better assault rifles. So many of the assault rifles in Borderlands 3 are so unique, so interesting, like really cool, they're really diverse. But man, the assault rifles in some of the older games, they're just really fucking weird, not gonna lie. They're kind of booty. And finally, for our assault rifles, we have the Ice Cream. The Ice Cream is a unique rarity Vladov assault rifle with a spinny barrel that has the unique effect of having a decent crit chance, or not crit chance, decent cryo chance for the point you get it, making it a very convenient early cryo weapon, which is quite nice. So yeah, again, not much to complain about. It's a very simple weapon, and it's a very useful one. You're practically guaranteed to get this, but whether you want this one instead of the other weapon you get is up to you, and because of that, I will put it here, because generally speaking, I, like many people, prefer the other weapon, because it feels like it has a much higher chance than it says of actually freezing enemies. But yeah, the Ice Cream is pretty solid. And that is all of the assault rifles. On to lasers.
Is this gonna be good?
But first, we have the Harmful Squadra. The Harmful Squadra is a glitch rarity doll blaster laser. Blaster meaning, as you saw, heard Pickle's voice go, it goes... Yeah, it goes pew pew and shoots out beams that hit enemies like that. Also, burst fires when ADSing, just like any other doll weapon. It is glitch rarity, having the unique effects of multiply, which will turn your gun into a shotgun, essentially. And then I believe the other one for this weapon is loop. Yes, it is. Which will essentially give you a constant... Let's see if I can get it, actually. It won't take that long. 4-4 is, not awful, if I remember. Oh, yes, also, as you can hear, yeah, this gun has Pickle's voice, and it will constantly talk to you. Thankfully, the talking weapons in the pre-sequel are a lot better than all the talking weapons in Borderlands 2. They're all pretty much good, and I don't really have any complaints about them as far as their usability as weapons is concerned. So do keep that in mind. Why is this song so quiet? There we go. What the hell? Man, the game really does not want me to have loop. There we go. So, loop for fully automatic weapons will constantly fire your weapon and has a chance to have your ammunition not be consumed upon shooting. Now, if you can cancel it by doing basically anything that's not switching your weapon, and you can immediately resume it once again. So yeah, other than that, this is basically a very good corrosive locked blaster laser. As far as the stats are concerned, all glitch weapons are basically purple rarity weapons, but with slightly better stats across the board, except for a substantial increase to their magazine size, assuming matching parts. So do keep that in mind. But yeah, the Heartful Spodger is pretty solid. This one comes in a guaranteed chest in the area that you can get it from, meaning it is not that hard to get either. Let's fucking get where there you are. So yeah, not bad. You're happy if you want to go and grab it. The Absolute Zero is a legendary Malawan beam laser, meaning this one constantly emits its laser as you're shooting, and has continuous damage bonus, meaning, I've mentioned this before, as long as you are doing damage to an enemy, it will constantly just deal ramping damage. And this one has one of the higher continuous damage bonuses, but also has very good freeze chance, very good dot damage for its freezing, and has the lowest magazine size of these beam lasers. Which normally is a downside, but you might be able to tell by the constant explosions I'm emitting that Claptrap actually quite likes weapons that have low magazine size and fast reloads. Wait, Remy is here. Yes, she is. So yeah, the Absolute Zero, like with most characters, and probably, again, to no one's surprise, is one of Claptrap's best weapons. It is just a massive, freezing, you will become just a walking, you're just Mr. Freeze. You're literally just Mr. Freeze walking around, and then you just blow guys up. This weapon is dumb on this character. And it's debatably not even the best weapon on him. Borderlands is crazy. On YouTube, I bet not on Twitch. Yeah. Up next, we have the Thunderfire. The Thunderfire is a Malawan blaster laser, meaning it's similar to dual weapons, where it will go pew 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 pew. And not a beam, but it still has the continuous damage bonus. This one has a unique effect, you may have noticed, of the laser impact itself dealing shock damage, but the splash damage from the laser dealing fire damage. You still haven't finished the rankings. Hell no! We just started. We're in lasers now. And this is really good, because on someone like Claptrap, who wants to apply a bunch of stacks of Maniacal Laughter, being able to apply 2 different dot types at once is really damn strong. To fix the YouTube chat interaction. There we go. So yeah, Claptrap quite enjoys the Thunderfire quite a lot. It is a pretty solid weapon on him, and despite having no real synergy with his explosive game plan, the fact that it stacks up Maniacal Laughter very easily makes it really good for survivability, weirdly. So yeah, the Thunderfire on Claptrap is pretty good. Up next, the Excalibastard. Yeah, spoiler alert, it's gonna be up there for every character in the game, in case you haven't gotten the picture yet. I think I can very confidently say the Excalibastard is this game's best weapon. So, to talk about its strengths one more time, the Excalibastard is a Hyperion railgun laser, meaning it is effectively a sniper rifle laser beam. So you should treat it like a sniper rifle. It has the unique effect of, first things first, having 100% accuracy, having fixed parts, which is very handy, and instantly freezing any enemy who you hit in their critical hit spot. Any enemy. Yeah. To no one's surprise, a weapon that can essentially instant freeze any enemy is very fucking strong. Claptrap being able to boost its lower than average rate of fire is especially good. It having maximum accuracy even while hip firing is very good, because again, 100% accuracy on a Hyperion weapon is fucking crazy. It's crazy on any weapon, but especially on the weapons with fucking reverse recoil, which means no matter what, you're basically always going to return to center. And again, it has the unique effect of meleeing a frozen enemy will create a singularity. Sadly, Claptrap has stubby arms, even with this thing's unique bladed part. But yes, meleeing a frozen enemy will create a cryo singularity around that enemy, which... yeah, whether you're doing melee or explosive, or just you're playing this fucking game, I cannot stress enough that the Excalibastard is a great weapon on every character in the game. And it is even a guaranteed item to get. All you need to do is have your badass rank be above 25, which is very easy. Like, I had to delete all of my save data, and I've gotten that much, and I've only done one playthrough. As long as you're above 2,500 badass rank, I believe that was the number, you can go to Stanton's Liver and go pull the Excalibastard. You can only pull one, but if you're playing with the community patch, you can get the Excalibastard via the grinder. So if you want to get one earlier, potentially, and use the grinder recipe, you can do that. Alternatively, all you need to do is simply wait until you're max level before you pull the one from Stanton's Liver to get a perfect one every time, because this weapon has fixed parts. Yeah, the Excalibastard, again, I cannot stress enough, this is pretty much this game's best weapon and would be among most games' best weapon if it was in other games. The Excalibastard is ridiculously overpowered. I think it is the closest thing that this game has to an overpowered thing in general, if I'm being quite honest. And even then, I don't even think it's that overpowered, because the ability to need to hit critical hit spots, meaning it is basically, its strength is entirely player dependent, which is how things should be scaled. But as far as everything else, it's basically guaranteed. It has fixed parts, so there's no need to worry about RNG shenanigans. It's guaranteed freezing. It's guaranteed to obtain. It is, I think, this game's best weapon. And again, it might not even be his best weapon, because we've got to talk about this one next. As crazy as that is, that I just said that this game's best weapon might not even be this character's best weapon. Because in case you weren't paying attention to the exorbitant amounts of damage that the laser discer was doing as I was just casually chucking it at this guy, I only hit him once, and that did over 4,276k on one reload on a character that can boost explosive damage. They're not even frozen! So, epic shot. The laser discer is a Tediore legendary laser that shoots disc projectiles based on a similar weapon from Tribes Ascend. If you hit an airborne enemy, the shot will deal a fuck ton of extra damage. I don't know why the fuck this thing doesn't even need to do that much extra damage, but yes, it will deal, I believe, 200%. I'm going to double check on Loot Lemon just to make sure. No, 100% extra damage to airborne targets for some reason. Because why not? That's what it does in Tribes, so yeah. It has the strongest Tediore reload in this game, hence the ridiculous numbers you're seeing over there. We're just gonna, look at that. That number right there, yep, those numbers, yep, that's the strongest Tediore reload. Again, That guy's not even frozen. You will hit damage cap if you throw this at a frozen enemy. He has a shield! That guy has a shield, and we're almost hitting damage cap, and he's not frozen! So yeah, on top of that, TDR lasers, while typically shotguns, this one shoots disc, but it has the additional benefit of if you decide that you don't want to hit their target directly, you can instead throw it near enemies and it will work as a Tesla instead. Which is insanely good at stripping shields. As a matter of fact, as you may have saw a few times, there's basically a chance that you will throw this at an enemy and you will strip their shield before the actual fucking thing hits them itself. Yeah, obvious. Like, this is another gun that's, like, great on everyone for pretty much the same... Like, you saw the numbers. You're not blind. You're not stupid. I trust you. You can do math, but even if you can't do math, you see big number. You see big number. Brain should go, I want to do big number. The laser discer will do big number. There you go. Up next, the Min Lighter. While I would normally be ready to shit on this thing at a moment's notice, surprisingly, I think Claptrap is another not awful user of this weapon. So the Min Lighter shoots out these electric orbs that, if you shoot with another weapon, will then explode. But if you don't shoot them with another weapon, they will essentially travel along their flight path and constantly electrocute enemies along their flight path instead. Thanks to the community patch, this weapon does do significantly increased damage, as well as always shoot at least 3 projectiles, which is pretty damn useful. And it does do high amounts of damage, and it hits multiple targets at once, meaning it's decent at stacking maniacal laughter. Meaning, the Claptrap doesn't hate this weapon. And it's actually decent on Claptrap. That might be the last time I say that for this weapon, though. Depends on what kind of mood I'm in when we get to Wilhelm and Aurelia. Where the fuck is it? God damn it. There it is. You know what? I'll be nice today.
I like it. I don't like it at all.
The longest yard is a Hyperion railgun laser that has very high stats, very high magazine size. Can come in all elements, meaning getting a cryo one is quite nice. It also, for some reason, as we've discovered, or not discovered, but gone over, does increase damage when you're airborne. I don't know why. I still don't know why it does that, quite frankly. But it's good. It's a pretty good weapon. You get this from the earworm, which I fucking... The whole quest is funny. The pre-sequel's great. You should play it. How do I feel about this weapon? It's good. Is it you really want these? Good. I think the biggest problem with the longest yard is for most characters, it's basically competing with the Excalibastard. Not to say that it's a bad weapon. But it is basically competing with the Excalibastard most of the time, because ideally, we would all run in cryo, because having one in cryo means you can freeze enemies, and if you freeze enemies, they take increased critical hit damage, and you're treating this as a sniper rifle, essentially. You're happy if you find it. Up next, this is the Cat o' Nine Tails. Thought it was the ZX-1 for a moment. The Cat o' Nine Tails, as you see, is a dual blaster laser that has the unique effect of, upon its laser hitting a surface, will split into a circle of 9. Meaning, once again, you want to aim at an enemy's feet in order to, like, hit them. If your character has some kind of base reflection in their kit, then do mind that these reflections have a substantially better chance at hitting enemies, meaning this is a little bit, or a lot of it, better on characters like Nisha. But it's not awful on Claptrap. It's a decent way of getting stacks of maniacal laughter, but it's not something you go out of your way for. The Cat o' Nine Tails is fine. we're a handful left. Alright. This is the ZX1. This is the one I mistook for a moment. The ZX1 has the unique effect of being a dual blaster laser. As you can see here, it goes pew 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 very fast. Okay, no, this definitely has 0 burst delay. Yeah, you can shoot that one fully automatic. But it has a unique effect of, if you're shooting, then as you can see, your shots will just go shoot and shooty shooty. But if you hit an enemy, your shots will home in on that enemy until you reload, which is neat. It's neat. It's fine. It's not something you gotta wear your way for. Beam penetrates targets, which is quite weird, but occasionally come in handy. Penetration is not something you typically need to care about, considering that Borderlands has a lot of focus on splash damage as crowd clearing things, or just very high amounts of single target damage. Yeah, the ZX1 is fine. It's alright. The E-Gun is a weirdly purple rarity unique Malawan beam laser that has the unique effect of being what I like to call ghost fire. What that means is this gun basically has the same elemental properties as a fire weapon, but is not non-elemental. I will repeat, this gun does not benefit from non-elemental bonuses. You can see that in the Nisha video we did, where we literally showed that. It does not do non-elemental damage. It has fake fire, or hence why I call it ghost fire. It does fire damage, essentially, but does not do fire dots, and works on flesh, and works on increased damage on flesh, similar to other stuff. As you can see here, this guy resists it because he has a shield, this guy resists it because he is a robot, this guy is naked, he takes the increased damage. So yeah, and once again, similar to all the other characters, this weapon is just fucking weird, and is really hard to quantify. Because most of the time, you would just rather have fire. Like, it's basically just doing fire damage without actually being fire. Also, yeah, it kills ghosts. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. The Old Rosie is a unique purple rarity Malawan beam laser, as you can see here, that has the highest magazine size of all of the Malawan beam lasers. This is a guaranteed reward. This is the reward you get for finishing the game's last quest. Jack will give you this. It can come in all elements, which is quite nice, meaning it's quite versatile. Ideally, you want one in cryo, but if you don't want one in cryo, getting ones in the other elements for increased damage is also very nice. Other than that, its high mag size makes it very good. Makes it very easy to maintain that continuous damage bonus, and it is just simply a very strong Malawan beam laser that can come in all elements, and you're guaranteed to get it, meaning it's very easy to get on top of that. The Old Rosie is solid on pretty much everyone in the game, and Claptrap is no different. The Vandergraffen is a Tedior beam laser that is potentially the first unique that you will get, aside from potentially the Nukem, if Flame Knuckle is nice to you. So yeah, it is just a very higher than average statted blue beam laser. It is a Tedior, so you will of course Tedior chuck it when you throw it. Because it is shock, the chuck explosions will do shock damage, so keep that in mind. If you get it early, you're not upset. It is a decent shock weapon to have early on in the game. And guaranteed elements are not always a bad thing, depending on when and where you get them, and an early shock weapon is not the worst thing to have. It's fine when you get it. The mining laser is a Hyperion railgun laser that has the unique effect of shooting out 3 shots at once in a triangle shape. This weapon can come in all elements, and thanks to buffs from the community patch, will now only use 2 ammunition per shot instead of 7. My biggest problem with this gun in the base game was just how horribly ammo inefficient it was. But because of the community patch, that is not something you need to worry about, and this is now a substantially better weapon. If you're capable of hitting all of these shots on an enemy's crit spot, it is going to do massive damage. It comes in all elements, making it quite versatile and quite good on pretty much everyone in the game. It has a relatively low amount of fire rate, but most characters in the game can fix that, and it is quite strong. So yeah, the mining laser is... there it is. Quite nice. Minax Atonement is a unique rarity Malawan blaster laser that has the unique effect, aside from its continuous damage bonus, of shooting shots in random elements. Now, should be noted, Cryo is not one of the elements. It will only cycle between fire, corrosive, and shock. But, as you can see, it is a very easy way for Claptrap to get stacks of maniacal laughter. And honestly, it's just a weapon I enjoy a lot. I'm gonna be real, I do like this weapon quite a bit. I think this weapon is pretty solid on Claptrap though, because it has a very clear synergy with maniacal laughter. Laszlo's Freeze Easy is a unique rarity Malawan beam laser that has the unique effect of a very above average freeze chance that makes it very good at freezing enemies. It has very low damage, but it is basically guaranteed to freeze things. It has high magazine size, has high freeze chance, low freeze damage, low base damage, low pretty much everything except freezing dudes. But freezing dudes is something Claptrap wants to do on a regular basis. So, this weapon is actually... Hey! Fucking control stick. Back. Quite capable in Claptrap's hands. Actually, nah, because it's not as strong as the other freezing things we'll get to. But it is good. Miss Moxie's Vibra Pulse is a unique rarity Malawan beam laser that has the unique effect of 1, being a Moxie weapon, meaning it has lifesteal. I'm not going to mention the lifesteal values on most Moxie weapons, but do keep in mind that they have lifesteal. It has another unique effect of when you are electrocuting an enemy with this weapon, it has the chance to bounce to another enemy near them, which is quite nice. Also, if you're playing on console, or if you're playing with a controller, it also vibrates constantly unless you turn controller vibration on. And also vibrates differently depending on what you're doing. So I guess if you want to jork it, this is the gun for you. Other than that, the Vibra Pulse is quite nice. Quite good.
Maybe this one.
The Firestarter is a unique rarity doll blaster. It is a just slightly stronger than average fire lock weapon. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Once again, suffering for the sins of the pre-sequel, most things that are locked to fire are not exactly ideal. And that's no different for this. I wish... It'd be interesting if someone just out of nowhere just makes another update to the community patch. I wish they would update a lot of these weapons to potentially be, come in all elements, because I think things like the ZX-1 and the Cat of Nine Tails would be interesting if they weren't fire-locked. The Firestarter obviously needs to be fire-locked. It's in its fucking name, so I'm not gonna ask for that, but, like, you know, you can throw some of these other ones alone. Toby's Bright Squadron is a legendary Malawan beam weapon that has a unique effect of essentially just being a lightsaber. It is melee ranged, has a large magazine size, does get the continuous damage bonus, but it's a melee. It's melee range. You need to be in melee range in order to hit someone with this. Launching the game, once it all builds, all the folders, it needs before I mod it. Yeah, good. Installing mods is not complicated. You basically go to the Borderlands SDK website, you will go to the GitHub, you will download the most recent mod manager, you will literally just drag and drop the files into your game directory. It's that simple. And then after that, I can literally just like copy, zip all of the files that I have and just send them to you because they're all really, 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 really small. That way we just have all the same things on. Including the text like mods, which you don't need the text manager, but it's nice if you have the community mod text mod manager. You don't need it though. I'm using it, but yeah, it's, again, pretty simple. But yeah, the bright spot rune is fine. It's fine. The Claptrap is someone who is essentially in melee range most of the time anyway, so that's not usually a downside to this weapon. It being shock means you strip shields. It's alright. It's alright. You know, it's just fine. Don't hate it. Tannis' Laser of Enlightenment is a unique Malon beam laser, but I hesitate to call it a beam or a laser because this is a flamethrower. I'm on Linux, still that simple? I'm pretty sure it is, yes. So yeah, it's a flamethrower. If you want to use a flamethrower, here you go. Oh, matter of fact, let me double check that for you. Boop. Let's see, Borderlands SDK. Yeah, here, I'll just send you the link to the instructions page. Can't wait to get to Ratchet & Clank 2 and 3. And Spyro 2 and 3. But after Final Fantasy 4. We'll probably resume Final Fantasy 4 next stream, by the way. I've finished with my grinding, making sure we're all not dying and gotten everyone sufficiently equipped. Alright. And that is all of the lasers. Onto the pistols. The Proletarian Revolution is a legendary Vladoff pistol that has the unique effect of their proton instructions in that link you sent me. Well, if you're using proton, there you go. If you're not using proton, I don't know what to tell you. It's not my fault Linux does Linux things. And people don't do Linux things. Anyway, where was I? Anyway, yeah, this gun has the unique effect of, the longer you're holding it, the ammo from your reserves will just go directly into your magazine, essentially becoming the magazine. It will continue to do this as long as you don't do anything that puts the weapon away, such as switching weapons, accessing a shop, accessing your menus, sometimes using an action skill. Case in point. And reload. Now, the good news is, aside from that, this weapon does come in all elements, including non-elemental, and it is a slightly stronger than average Vladoff Anarchist. So if you like Vladoff Anarchist, this is a decent weapon. I'm not exactly the biggest fan of Vladoff Anarchist, though. And I don't think this weapon's unique effect is really interesting enough to warrant it. I find the Infinity a much more interesting weapon. It also would have been really funny on Claptrap. One last thing would have activated on every shot, which, speaking of, this weapon is probably the closest weapon that Claptrap has to having an anti-synergy, because he prefers weapons with lower magazine sizes in order to reload more. Him reloading is a massive, massive, massive benefit. And yeah, this one simply just makes it harder for him to reload. All that aside, it's alright. Again, I just don't think it's for Claptrap. But it's also not an awful weapon on him. Do I put this one in eh? It is the only one that explicitly has an anti-synergy with him, so I guess so. The Maggie is a legendary Jacob's pistol that has the unique effect of being a shotgun. Once again, Claptrap quite likes Jacob's weapons because of their low magazine size, fast reload, fast fire rate, and high damage. Just all things that he can very easily benefit from. And the Maggie is no different. Yeah, just fan that hammer and blow a dude's face off. Maggie's pretty damn good on Claptrap. I forgot to fucking shrink the page because I'm a potato. Here you go. I'm surprised it's the first time that it's been an hour 51. I think that's a new record. That's the longest I've spent without closing the page. But yeah, the Maggie is pretty damn good on Claptrap. Great weapon. Good on most characters in the game, to be quite honest. It's kind of hard for a fucking shotgun pistol to be bad. Where are you at, Maggie? Where is Monty's wife? There it is. Oh, yeah. Now, the luck cannon. Yeah, not really a surprise. The Luck Cannon is a legendary Jacob's pistol that has one round in its magazine. You know what that means.
Give me your best shot.
So constant explosions aside, the Luck Cannon also, of course, has its unique effect of shots you shoot have a chance to deal 400% bonus explosive damage, increasing with their capability based on their chance based on how far away you are from the opponent. But being closer, by all means, also doesn't mind it. Now, it does benefit from one last thing, but not as strongly as it would other guns, because it does not have the magazine size to get the strongest benefit from one last thing. But it's obviously still strong as fuck and not something you need to be concerned with. Shotgun pistol with only one shot and 3 pellets, that would be bad. Well, if you want to, you can get the Luck Cannon in a variant that has twofer, which makes you shoot 2 shots at once. However, generally speaking, you either want one with high crit damage or higher base damage, instead of the twofer variant. Because that just means more damage overall with this weapon. And that goes for everyone. Most characters in the game would prefer this to be the higher damage version, or the high crit version. Mostly the base damage one, though. But yeah, Claptrap, to no surprise, absolutely fucking loves the Luck Cannon. He boosts its damage a lot, he boosts its reload speed a lot. The constant reloads are benefiting him by constantly making him explode and killing enemies near him. It is insane. Yeah, a shotgun pistol with only 1 shot and 3 pellets might sound bad, but you forget that this is Borderlands, where sometimes that might be exactly what a character wants. And Claptrap is a character that would be able to utilize that weapon very well. Up next, the Logan's Gun. The Logan's Gun is a Hyperion legendary pistol that has the unique effect of, upon shooting a surface, it will lodge and then constantly explode afterwards. Like that. An important thing to note about these explosive shots is, for reasons I can never fathom, they count as rockets. So, if you have an absorption shield, you can use the Logan's Gun explosions to fuel your rockets, making it very useful. As far as using it as an actual weapon against enemies, thanks to the community patch buffing it, it will in fact deal increased damage, and is not actually bad as a weapon, aside from the fact that it is fire locked. If you're using this as a ability to constantly have rockets, then this is pretty damn good, and you're happy if you find one. You typically want a lower leveled one, that way you don't end up blowing yourself up, but it's not the end of the world. God, I still don't know which Toaniki game to put in the channel. But yeah, Logan's gun is not bad. I feel like I'm going faster with this than I have before, which feels nice. The Blowfly is a legendary doll pistol that has a unique effect of shooting wibbly-wobbly projectiles. Ooh! Other than that, it is corrosive locked and is essentially the pre-sequel version of the Hornet. So, if you know what the Hornet is like, then you know what this is like. It is corrosive locked, just like the Hornet, and is very good at dealing with armored enemies. So yeah, pretty solid weapon overall. If you need a corrosive weapon, it's an option. It's fine. Yeah, you know what? You're happy if you find one. It's not bad. The Shooterang is a legendary scav, right? No, Steedior. Yeah, Steedior. Legendary Steedior pistol that has the unique effect of flying back and forth like a boomerang when you throw it. Hence the name. However, and perhaps more importantly, I think this gun's benefit, rather than that, should actually be its strong as hell damage. Look at that damage! That's a lot of damage for a pistol. Making this just like an actually good pistol to just shoot at enemies. It can come in all elements, including non-elemental, and that's also pretty damn solid. Oh yeah, because Steedior, the Betty shots will deal more damage if you have more ammo in the magazine when you throw it. It's a good thing Claptrap has ways to increase its magazine size and do just that. Also, yes, because it's the Shooterang, it will try and fly back to you upon throwing it, so be a little careful. All that aside, Shooterang, pretty damn solid. Just know that you can't treat it like a typical TD or reload because it will not hit enemies. You need to... it is best treated as a just straight up standard gun, and as a straight up standard gun, honestly, it's pretty nice. The 88 Fragnum is a legendary Torg pistol that has a unique effect of essentially being a Torg pistol shotgun. Being able to deal very high amounts of explosive damage and, yeah, basically instantly instantly just annihilating frozen enemies. Bonk. I think of all the characters in this game, aside from debatably Aurelia, Claptrap is probably the best user of this weapon. It has not the worst reload speed, but it's good enough where Claptrap can fix it. He can fix most of its stats, to be quite honest. You don't necessarily need the double penetrating version. If you would prefer a version with higher base damage in exchange for lower pellet count, that is also a pretty good idea. It might actually be the better idea, to be quite honest. But Claptrap is definitely probably this gun's best user, and because of that, I think I would put one in you really want these. It is a solid option on him pretty much all the time. It is especially important if you decide to go with the weapon subroutines. You'll probably want at least a cryo and explosive weapon in every category there, and this is definitely one of the better ones for that. Up next, we have the Zim. The Zim is a cryo-locked scav pistol. That, yeah, is just a stronger than average scav pistol that is cryo-locked. Has a larger than average magazine size. I forgot to fucking shrink that damn thing. There we go. It has a higher than average magazine size, which is quite nice. Very, very higher than average magazine size. It being cryo-locked is especially good, especially on someone like Claptrap who wants to freeze things to blow them up, making all of his explosions do even more damage. Now, Claptrap isn't exactly the biggest fan of scav stuff because of their high magazine size. He doesn't typically want things that have too high of a magazine size because he wants to be reloading constantly in order to get the benefits from all of the skills. So because of that, I don't think the Zim is exactly fantastic on him, but it's also not awful. One. You know what's a good thing about this? Claptrap is short enough where I don't have to move the camera in a weird way to be able to fucking see which weapon I'm pulling up next. This is the Probe. The Probe is a unique rarity Malawan, right? Yeah, it's Malawan. Yeah, Malawan pistol. That can come in all elements because it is Malawan. Cannot come in non-elemental. Malawan weapons cannot be non-elemental. Even the one that is not elemental in this game is actually fire, but not. And it has the unique effect of having the strongest max Moxie healing out of all of the Moxie weapons. Oh, I'm in fucking health mode, so now I'm just like constantly. There we go. Alright. Ouchie! I'm dying. And now I'm not. Once again, I don't usually think you need a Moxie weapon in this game, especially in comparison to Borderlands 2, due to OP levels and due to weird shenaniganry and having to worry about things like that. But the probe is probably the best on Claptrap, because Claptrap is someone who is constantly living on the edge of danger. Getting one in cryo is especially good because of the probe's higher than average dot chance, meaning it can be good at freezing enemies. It does have lower than average damage. This is essentially an emergency healing option, or potentially, if you have one in cryo, an instantly freezing option. And both of those are definitely good. I think Claptrap is probably the best user of the probe overall. So because of that, I will be nice and put it here, because it does benefit him and synergizes with everything he wants to do. This is the Globber, right? Yep. The Globber is a unique Hyperion pistol that shoots out these little goblets that they just bounce on the ground and go boop, 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 boop. Yeah. It is corrosive locked, but that's it. Other than that, this is a very standard corrosive locked Hyperion pistol. Globber's alright. It'd be globbing, you know? I like it just a little bit less than a Bowfly, but it practically goes in the same tier. It's not anywhere near that much worse. Gwen's other head is a unique dull pistol that can come in all elements and non-elemental. It has the unique effect of shooting 2 shots at once, one in the center of where you're aiming and another one off to the side. It has a decent mag size, a higher than average mag size, but has very high burst count, as well as taking 2 shots at once because it's shooting out 2 bullets at once. So, meaning Claptrap can actually reload this thing quite efficiently. 2 shots at once is very good because it means that you have that very likely potential of applying dots. This weapon is actually quite good at applying dots, which on a character like Claptrap, who wants to apply dots, is a very good thing. Getting one in cryo is obviously most ideal, but if you get one at all, you're not upset. You are happy if you find one. The Party Popper is a unique scav pistol that has a unique effect of shooting confetti! Hooray! We're having a party! This confetti does shit tons of damage. Do not, and I mean do not, underestimate this fucking confetti. You know, I say that a lot, but I've never actually demonstrated against a live target how much damage this fucking confetti does. Let's head on over to Serenity's Waste real quick just so you can see. Because yes, I always mention that you basically treat this as if it was a shotgun pistol and just use it point blank. So, here are some goobers. Look at them. So sweet and innocent. That was one shot. So yeah, you just... Happy birthday! Let's have a party! party! Also, yeah, here's but yeah, this does silly amounts of damage. I still think it's best on Nisha, and obviously, as you might guess by the projectiles, you cannot critically hit, which is one of the reasons I think it's best on Nisha. Nisha being able to make this thing critically hit is an insanely strong effect. But yeah, this is very silly. Just walk around, just have a party! Just have a fun party! Look at this! Let's just have a party! Look at this guy! It's like having a party! Party! Oh, look at that, a can crit. Oh, that's weird. Oh, this is just fucking Kragon's being weird. Of course. Yeah, Kragon critical hit spots are their mouths, if you don't know, which means you can't hit them all the time. You can only hit them during certain times. Good lord. You can only hit them during certain times. I know I was literally just talking about how much fucking damage, but this is actually stupid amounts of damage. Jesus. Like, literally only the biggest, strongest badass is, like, struggling to get it annihilated here. And even then, that's... Good lord, those are numbers. Anyway. So yeah, this gun's silly. Again, I think it's best on Nisha. It cannot come in any elements. It is non-elemental only. That's one of the other reasons I think this is especially the best on Nisha. But it is a good option. Now, this is a quest reward for a quest you get at the end of the Claptastic Voyage DLC, so it's not exactly a thing you can obtain easily. But if you do get it, you are not upset. I don't know. If you're playing with the community patch and the community patch makes this drop, like, randomly, you're happy. Let's see, I think we have a handful of pistols left. Yes, we do. Up next, we have the Taser. The Taser is a unique Hyperion pistol that has the unique effect of always coming in an element. It cannot be non-elemental. And other than that, it's just a really good Hyperion pistol. Like, yeah, no joke. Like, this thing is basically as effective as a purple rarity, if not better. Yeah, it always coming in elements is really good. It has a very good elemental effect chance. It has a typical Hyperion reverse recoil. It has an increased critical hit damage because it's Hyperion. This weapon's just good. It's just good. I'm gonna be real. It's not really something I can complain about too, but this weapon is just good. Like, yep, good numbers. Yep, those are numbers. Those are numbers, and they're good numbers. I like all of those numbers. And same thing here. Yeah, if you get one in cryo, you're even happier. But you can't complain. Zarpedon's Cyber Eagle is a unique Jacob's shock-locked pistol. Yes, this is an elemental Jacob's weapon. Has a unique effect of having 100% accuracy no matter what. And of course, as I mentioned, being shock-locked. This is a very neat weapon. It does very good damage. It is very convenient in the time you get it. It is a guaranteed shock weapon when you get it, which is probably going to be a good improvement over a few of the other things you have. And it's pretty good. It's not going to last for too long, but if you do get it, you're not upset with it. Cyber Eagle is a pretty solid weapon. The Data Scrubber is a unique Malawan pistol that has the unique of being shock locked, has a unique effect of doing... Oh, wrong thingy. I'm silly. I'm mixing that up with the grenade that we'll get to later. Yeah, no, the hard reboot instead just basically eats shields for breakfast. Now, we cannot eliminate this guy's shield at all, but yeah, the hard reboot will basically instantly strip any shield on one shot. which makes it, good for that. Now, the biggest problem with that when it comes to Borderlands is that you will typically just use grenades to do that. Stripping a shield is nice, but because there's not any enemies that are like energy only, most enemies don't typically have high shield, so most of the time you'll just throw a Tesla grenade at an enemy to get rid of its shield instead. Because that's simply just a more convenient and like ergonomic option to use for most characters. Which is another one of the reasons why shock-locked weapons usually typically aren't that great on most characters in the game. And the hard reboot is no different, but it's not bad. It does have very good numbers, very high damage. The effect is useful. It's just not useful enough.
Mine.
And finally, we have the Smasher. This is a pre-order bonus that, once again, if you're playing with the community patch, and I'm assuming you're playing with the community patch today, has the unique effect of just being in your inventory when you start the game. Yeah, that's it. You get this at level 1 right when you make your character. It is essentially just a blue rarity version of the Maggie. Yep, that's it. I guess theoretically, if you wanted to get this outside of that, you could by doing some shenaniganry, or if you use Gibbed and you make this go to level 70. But, that's not what it's for. It is a convenient weapon to start the game with, which is exactly what it is. And that is all of the pistols, I am sure, onto the rocket launchers. Here we have the Mongol. The Mongol is a unique Vladov rocket launcher. It has a unique effect for 2 ammunition at once. Will shoot out 1 rocket that will constantly shoot out child rockets as it's flying out. This weapon is exceptionally good on EOS and Eclipse, as you might imagine, but honestly, I think this game has enough decently large things to use this on otherwise, like RK5 or maybe Iwajira, making this a solid weapon for a lot of the characters in the game. And Claptrap in particular is pretty nice at using it too. The Mongol is pretty nice. I don't think he's the best user of it in particular. I still think that is Athena. Being able to boost all of those child projectiles' explosive damage multiplicatively basically makes it by far and above the strongest weapon on her than anyone else. But you're not upset if you get it as Claptrap. The Nukem is a legendary Torg rocket launcher that has a unique effect of shooting a very heavy arcing shot that will then explode in a nuke pattern. Yeah, as you can see, this kind of weapon benefits highly from one last thing, to no one's surprise, with its low magazine size and decent reload speed. And it is good on Claptrap, but it's good on Claptrap for another reason that anyone who's probably played this game, or anyone who's played this game and knows ball, will know. Just know for now that the Nukem is very solid, and we will mention it when we mention another weapon later. That's a surprise tool we'll use for later, huh? I gotta go grab a song now. No, Shuffle, you're making me find music, you meanie. But this one is really good. required music. Up next, the Thingy. The Thingy is a legendary scav rocket launcher that has the unique effect of, upon hitting an enemy, will shoot out corrosive child grenades that will then fly all over the place and find more enemies to blow up. And then they'll blow up even more. And I've said this every other time before, and I will say it once again here. This weapon's problem isn't that it is necessarily bad. Its problem is that it gets very heavily outshone by another rocket launcher we'll talk about later. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not. But it's just very, 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 very outclassed. Kanada's laser is a legendary TDR rocket launcher. That is a fucking lie, though, because it shoots lasers. Yeah, this is basically a shoulder-mounted rail cannon. And as you can see, it does a lot of fucking damage. Yeah, I really hope I don't have to explain why a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher sniper rifle, essentially, that is explosive lock, is really good on a character like Claptrap. You can see. You have eyes. I'm a believer. Again, you see big number. You're not stupid. I don't need to coddle you. You know. Why are you going wub 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 wub? You're so loud, AC. I am so self-conscious when I hear that thing, I don't lie. Anyway, up next. This is the Bada Boom. The Bada Boom is a legendary scav rocket launcher that can come in all elements, except non-elemental, because that's just explosive for rocket launchers cases. That shoots out 6 rockets at once for the cost of 1 ammunition. Did I mention it can come in all elements? Because it can come in all elements. Yeah, remember when I talked about the Thingy being outclassed? Yeah, this is the thing that outclasses it. The Bada Boom is pound for pound, like the strongest per shot damage rocket launcher in the game. And that is especially important if you get one that's explosive and you're trying to kill something that you froze. They will die. They will die hard. But yeah, the Bada Boom, it's the clear winner. It is the best rocket launcher in this game. That is a traditional rocket launcher, at least. The Cryophobia is a Malawan legendary rocket launcher that has a unique effect of its projectile constantly emitting frost novas as it travels, dealing massive AoE frost damage, even if you're nowhere near target sometimes. And this one's not awful on most characters, but it's kind of a big problem, is that it's a rocket launcher, and rocket launchers tend to have the lowest ammunition size, meaning it's not something you typically want to use as a freezing weapon. You want your freezing weapons to have higher than average magazine size, or have the higher than average freeze chance. And this thing doesn't freeze immediately on every shot. It seems like it has a good chance at 36.7%, but that freeze chance stat is a fucking lie, as we'll come to see later when we get to the shotguns in a moment. The Berrigan is a legendary Vlad-off rocket launcher that has the unique effect of being a 6-round burst for 1 ammunition. Now, this weapon is not bad, but another problem arises. Why not just use the Bada Boom? The Bada Boom literally does what this gun does, but is better in the most important ways. It has more damage, it has a better mag size, the fire rate is not anywhere near as important, the fucking reload speed is not anywhere near as important. They do the same amount of dot hits, and the accuracy is also not anywhere near as important. And as a matter of fact, I feel like the Berrigan has worse accuracy because its projectiles just kind of go all wibbly wobbly and aren't as straight as the ones from the Bada Boom. So why not just use the Bada Boom? It is another problem of this weapon is just outclassed by the Bada Boom. Sorry, Berrigan. Also, it's harder to get, which is not helping, because like the Bada Boom, you can just grind for it and get the Bada Boom in the grinder, but the Berrigan is a drop from the Holodome, and trying to get items from the Holodome is not fun. And our final rocket launcher is the Volt Thrower. The Volt Thrower is a unique rarity shock-locked rocket launcher that you get from a quest that is exactly that. It is just a slightly higher than average, stronger than average, shock-locked rocket launcher. That is it. No, truly, that's it. There's nothing really unique about this weapon otherwise. It's alright. Fucking name is so cool, but it's wasted on that thing. I'm sad. That is all of the rocket launchers. I think we're on to shotguns now. Yes, we are. And we're gonna need this for Hi, Yellow! We're gonna need this for demonstration purposes. Yeah. Have you been doing Infusion Duelist Cup? The raffle hates you. You know what's weird? I haven't gotten. I've mostly just gotten like 100 gems each time, which I'm fine with. I don't mind that actually. Hey, Bob. Yeah, I've pulled like the max amount of times I've been able to pull. I think I've gotten gems like most of those times, and I've gotten like SR dust like once. Yeah, I've mostly gotten the 100 gem pulls, which is great because I'm as usual working on a bunch of decks, so always happy to see that. Like hell, let's do a. I love this background. I'm upset it doesn't pop up more often. Oh, and I'm curious, do I have enough to do a raffle now? Also, how have y'all been doing in the Fusion Duelist Cup so far? Have you guys been doing alright? I have been doing mostly fine because I play one card and people instant scoop. Which honestly, for these cups is my preferred result, so... RE15, yay! Aw, we get more pulls tomorrow. Yeah. Pure Fairy Tale, yay! I have been going off of this dragon pile here. Yeah, what a surprise. But it's worked! It's working! Yeah, I've got no complaints. It's working. The dragon made part of the combo is a bit funky because we don't have the links to be able to send off Chamber. So I'm running like one less copy of Chamber and like more copies of Parlor. But I still want copies of like Hospitality because Hospitality is still like a 1-card combo if I have a Dragon Maid in my hand. But yeah, you know, I've been doing all right. I saw some guy, I ran against like one guy who was using a 60-card version actually. But of course, it's fucking Duelist Cup, so I can't see what everyone has been using. Which is lame. I would like to see what they were using. It is neat and it is interesting. I hate that I can't see what everyone else is doing in cups. Enneacraft has been banned for like 6 events straight. I mean, yeah, that's not really a surprise. Honestly, what's more surprising is that they didn't fucking ban Odeon. Because usually, like, yeah, non-extra deck related strategies get pretty heavily hit for events like this. But Odeon technically has fusion monsters, so they were like, oh, yeah, sure. Now, thankfully, I have not run into Odeon yet. But yeah, here's been my record so far. I've been doing all right. I mean, yeah, my deck has been fine. It's working. It'd be better, but it's working. But yeah. Also, yeah, this one only goes up to level 18 instead of level 20, thankfully, so it's not gonna take too long. Yeah, I'm like right here. I'm on 11, right? Yeah, I'm on 11. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be able to get there in like no time. We've been doing pretty solid. Boop. The Fiendsmith package is legal. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like non-fusion related monsters are still allowed if they're like for facilitating the main goal of the main strategy of like that deck. Like Fiendsmith needs the link monsters to do fusion stuff, you know, like they can't really do that if they don't have the links, so they're allowed because that's what lets them do that. But also I don't find Fiendsmith that much of an issue anymore nowadays. I think there's bigger fish to fry. Not to mention it's a lot harder unless you're like what else are you gonna run into aside from like pure Fiendsmith, really? In this like cup. Ah! Ow! Thank you, Warden. Hi, Wardens people. I feel sad with the Magistus links in my deck got removed. Well, yeah, that's because the Magistus links don't help with like the fusion part. Right? The Magistus like use all of their extra deck monsters at once to like do all kinds of shit, but it's not explicitly fusion focused, so like the fusions are fine, but like the links don't really do that. Which makes a bit more sense, right? We're playing Predator Plants. Me. Yeah. Like I said, I've been going through Dragon Pile, it's been alright. Let me cope! Hi Warden, thank you. We have been going over a gear tier list for Claptrap in the pre-sequel, and yeah, my regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Viewers have popped in. I play Master Duel a lot. I have done this for Athena, Nisha, and Jack so far, so after Claptrap we just have Aurelia and Wilhelm last. Tempted to use Witchcraft or Magistus Fairy Tale. Yeah, I'm surprised I have not run into that too often in the event, to be quite honest. Where were we? Yeah, shotguns. Yes, we were just about to start talking about the shotguns. We have gone over the assault rifles, the lasers, the pistols, and the rocket launchers. Time to talk about the shotguns. Like Sledge's shotgun. Sledge's shotgun is a legendary, I think it's Scav in this game, right? Yeah. Scav shotgun that has the unique effect of being a 2-round burst. If you use without Artemis, pure, more reliable. Huh. I was also playing Borderlands pre-sequel. Yay! Yeah, I love the pre-sequel, which is why I decided to do this like character walkthrough and like gear tier list video, because I find the pre-sequel is an interesting game where the characters care a bit more about the weapons than just bigger number. Like there's certain things and synergies that work with them and work better with some characters than other characters, which makes them a lot more interesting to talk about than they would be in a game like 2 or 3 as an example. Speaking of, Sledge's shotgun is quite good on just about everyone. It has a unique effect of having knockback. If you hit an enemy with this gun, they'll get sent flying, and it is very good. It has good damage, it shoots very fast, has a good amount of pellets, it can come in all elements and non-elemental. Sledge's shotgun is just a very convenient weapon, and is very nice. And I must once again state that if you are playing with the community patch, like I am assuming that if you're playing on PC, we are playing with the community patch, then there is an optional module to change this gun from Sledge's shotgun into the Roadrunner. And if you do that, Sledge's shotgun goes here. The Roadrunner goes up here for everyone. The Roadrunner is a very, very, very strong weapon. And I might show it in like the last one for Wilhelm, just to show all the mod weapons, because I've mentioned them, but I've not shown them because you cannot have them active at the same time. And I would prefer to talk about the base weapon and not the modded weapon that is optional. But do keep that in mind. The Roadrunner is very strong. The Roadrunner is essentially Sledge's shotgun if you remove the 2-round burst, gave it about 50% more ammunition, and made it shoot way faster. It's very good. The Flayer is a legendary Jacobs shotgun. I'm trying to see Proton tricks for the pre-sequel running natively. Don't think the mods are set up to run native on Linux. Damn. It's not the end of the world. This game's not awful if you're not playing with base. It's just that the community patch, or the SDK mods in the community patch help with like utility stuff a lot of the time. And I think that's like always good to have. But there are absolutely worse Borderlands games to play vanilla. Like, so it's not the end of the world. Back on the Flayer though. The Flayer has the unique effect of basically just being a legendary variant of a Jacobs double barrel. It has high damage, high crit rate, good rate of fire, good at magazine. It's strong as fuck. It's just a legendary double barrel. And Claptrap really likes Jacobs because of their fast reload speed and because of their high damage. Yeah, Claptrap quite enjoys Jacobs weapons, and this one is no different. So yeah, the Flayer is quite good on Claptrap. Where you at? There you at. Bam. Now you might be wondering, if we're talking about shotguns, why I decided to leave the Nukem here. Well, it's because we're talking about the Flakr. The Flakr is a legendary Torg shotgun that has a unique effect of, upon shooting it, it will shoot out flak. Quite literally, shooting out flak projectiles. Now, as you see, these fly out mostly forward, thanks to the pre-sequel changing its firing pattern a bit, making it a bit tighter and easier to use on grounded enemies instead of shooting randomly. They instead are essentially a kind of hybrid between how it works in the base game and how it would later work in Borderlands 3, making it much better. Now, why the hell do I still have the Nukem? Well, the Flakr has the unique effect of these shots. These shots, for whatever reason, upon shooting them, here we can see all the damage. Let's shoot at this guy so we can get a bit of a bigger picture here, right? You can see more numbers flying across. For whatever reason, if you shoot the Flakr and then switch to any Torg rocket launcher, but the Nukem has the biggest bonus, the Flakr shots will obtain the bonus of the rocket launcher's explosive damage multiplier. Welcome to Borderlands. This is a side effect of the passive weapons effects glitch. I hesitate to call it a glitch. This is kind of how Borderlands does things. Let's get a really quick reloading thing so you can see how the Flakr shoots, even if you don't have that on. Because honestly, yeah, even if you have the reload speed benefit, this is still pretty damn effective. But yeah, switching it over with all of Claptrap's explosive bonuses with the Nukem makes it deal massive amounts of damage. It is probably Claptrap's most convenient way of killing several enemies like Iwajira and Eos and Eclipse. So do keep it in mind. You essentially want to build up your reload stacks for all of your skills, and then immediately switch over to Flakr Nukem in order to basically one-shot whatever you're dealing with, making the Flakr a key weapon on Claptrap without question. It is very strong. And again, even if you're not using it for that, just walking around freezing dudes and shooting flak at them is also fun. Very strong weapon. Now, you do not need to be, as we've shown in the previous streams, like with Athena and with Jack and with Nisha, you do not need to be Claptrap to use that effect, but Claptrap is one of the characters that has a different way of boosting it, because I find that all the characters can boost that effect in different ways, making it quite funny. This is the Striker. The Striker is a legendary Jacobs shotgun that has the unique effect of basically just being a stronger than average one-barrel Jacobs shotgun. So yeah, all the bonuses that you would expect of a legendary stat-wise is applying, and similar to the Flayer, it has good damage. Hydro denial. It has the unique effect of just, again, being just a stronger than average, legendary statted Jacob's single barrel shotgun. And sometimes that's fine. And on Claptrap in particular, I think he, aside from Nisha, is probably the best user of this weapon. I still don't think it's amazing, but he can utilize its effects much better. What you get when you baptize, they say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. What do you get? What do they say before that when you baptize Jesus? You, your daddy, your best friends. Oh, side note, for the tier list, I am not assuming weapon obtainability in the list. We are assuming that, again, you're playing the community patch. The community patch makes a lot of these a lot easier to obtain than normal. I'm going to assume you can get any of these weapons as easily as you can get any of the other weapons, because the community patch lets you do that. We're looking at these weapons in a vacuum and how they perform on the character, basically. The Viral Marketer is a legendary Hyperion single-barrel shotgun that has a unique effect of shooting reflecting projectiles that will bounce all over the place and between enemies. It has the unfortunate side effect of being corrosive locked, but if you're playing with the community patch, there is an option to make it come in all elements and non-elemental, and I would very highly suggest doing that because this weapon is not bad. Locked elemental weapons are always weird in Borderlands, whether they're effective and useful or not. But the Viral Marketer is absolutely not bad. It's just locked to corrosive, which in the pre-sequel in particular is kind of weird because there's not that many corrosive-only enemies. Most of them are only in essentially the Claptastic Voyage, which makes corrosive a weird element to have be your only element. It's not bad though. If you get it, you get it. The Party Line is a not legendary, is a unique Tior shotgun that has a unique effect of shooting fireworks. It shoots fireworks. Time for another party. Yes, also its TDR reload also makes more fireworks. Too bad. Now, this is a little bit easier to use than the pistol. But otherwise it's fine. You can essentially treat the fireworks as if they were miniature flacker shots. Because that's basically what they are. Epic shot. So yeah, the Party Line is not bad. It is locked to fire. It shoots fireworks. It's not really that much of a surprise. But it's not awful. Honestly, the only bad thing about it is when you get it, because again, you get it at the end of the Claptastic Voyage, but it's not horrendous. It's got the game, new to it, last played 2 was like 10 years ago. Which character is the funnest to go solo? For this game, that's really hard to answer because every character plays very differently. I went over the general gameplay pattern and flow for the other characters I've gone across, and it will simply depend on which character's gameplay pattern you will enjoy the most. And I can't really answer that question easily. I can give you a quick bullet point version. So let's start with, like, my personal favorite, Athena. Athena wants to cycle between fire and shock weapons to build up Maelstrom stacks, which will boost her elemental damage. Used to have a lot of fun with Axton. Oh, then you might enjoy Claptrap the most. Claptrap is essentially the game's main explosive characters, and mostly facilitates that through Claptrap's various skills that will boost explosive damage, will constantly cause explosions near them, and will constantly, benefit from doing extra explosive damage just on non-explosive weapons. So yeah, Claptrap likes explosions, so if you liked Axton because of explosions, you'll like Claptrap a lot. If you preferred the turret version of Axton and preferred like using your turret as a utility effect instead, then you will probably prefer Wilhelm. Wilhelm has 2 drones, Wolf and Saint. Wolf is an offensive drone that will fly around and attack enemies, and Saint is a defensive drone that will supplement you with constant healing and various other effects depending on what skills you go down into the tree. Wilhelm is also like a really good jack of all trades, but has especially good focus in laser weapons. And laser weapons are very, 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 very good. So, Wilhelm is good in that regard as well. Fat Tap it is then, love blows stuff up, yay. Jack, the Doppelganger, is essentially like a prototype version of Zane from Borderlands 3. I say prototype in quotes because, quite honestly, I find him substantially more fun than Zane and more involved than Zane. He also has a unique effect where his guns will get a benefit based on the company that made the last gun he was holding. So, let's say he was holding a Malawan fire weapon and then switches to a Jacob's weapon. That Jacob's weapon will deal bonus fire damage because the last weapon he was holding was Malawan. Aurelia is the game's sniper, and she has a unique effect of being the game's cryo-focused character. Cryo is a unique element that was added in this game. We'll talk about her more when we get to her gear tier list, because there's a lot to go over with that character. But just know that if you're playing in co-op, she's an interesting character, because she can essentially partner up with a teammate to be her servant, and various skills will benefit her and her servant if you decide to go down that tree. And if you don't want to go down that tree, she is the game's sniper and has very high sniper damage and high critical hit damage. And because she can freeze things very easily, she can boost her sniper rifle damage even more by hitting critical hits. And then there's Nisha. Nisha is essentially the game's glass cannon who focuses on mostly non-elemental weapons for their highest benefit. She has a unique effect of, she's like a weird hybrid between, I would say, Gage the Necromancer and a critical hit focused character like Zero, where she has the effect to make non-critical hits critical hits with any damage that she does, and she is the easiest character that can reflect bullets. So she can essentially shoot at the floor and kill an entire room of enemies. But she is the squishiest character, as her defensive tree is luck-based, making her very squishy, but very high maintenance, but very skill testing, and very fun and rewarding when you do master her. I have done gear tier list for Athena, Jack, and Nisha so far, that you can go see on my YouTube channel if you would like to instead. The Athena one is a bit scuffed because that's when my game kind of exploded and I had to fix it, but I fixed it for the other characters. With weapon demonstrations for all of the characters. So yeah. But yeah, Claptrap, if you like explosives, Claptrap is your guy. Wilhelm, also an optional guy, because Wilhelm does have a class mod that boosts explosive damage more than anyone else does. And we'll get to, again, we'll talk about Wilhelm more when we get to Wilhelm and Aurelia. But yeah. Yes, the hunter, the Vault Hunters in this game are, I would definitely classify as a lot more unique, and the way that they interact with gear is a lot more than just, oh, this weapon does more damage, we want it. Like, let me pull up the tier list for a moment. Everything I have in the highest tier for Claptrap isn't just there because it's like best in slot, because it's not that simple. The Absolute Zero is a cryo weapon, and cryo weapon is good because frozen enemies take increased explosive damage, which Claptrap likes. Claptrap also has a benefit where the more he reloads, the more explosive damage and gun damage and other stats he gets, meaning weapons that have lower than average magazine size, he reloads more. And because this is a cryo weapon that has a high cryo chance and has a low magazine size, it means that he's constantly freezing and blowing up enemies a lot. It has an insanely high synergy with him outside of just being a generally good weapon.
I'm interested in this.
Yay! Thanks for being interested, Melon Daddy. The Excalibastard is very much the same way. I would say that the Excalibastard is probably like most characters' best weapon. But it's good on everyone for different reasons, because everyone likes what it does for different reasons. The Excalibastard can guaranteed freeze an enemy if you hit them in their critical hit spot, and everyone likes that for different reasons. Athena likes that because she has a skill that benefits where if she freezes an enemy, she'll freeze her Maelstrom stacks in place, which is her main damage skill that rapidly depletes the higher it goes, but if you freeze an enemy, it will freeze in place and maintain that way. Nisha likes it because it has insane synergy with her, because she can make all things critically hit, meaning that even if she doesn't hit an enemy in the crit spot with this weapon, she can still crit and freeze an enemy that way. She can also throw out an AoE grenade, like a Vladoff Tesla grenade, and freeze enemies that way, because those also count as critical hits if she has her critical hit skill up. And because she's holding this gun, those enemies will also get frozen from the Tesla grenade. Like the Stormfront as an example. Again, I showed this in the Nisha video. Shame I listened to the reviews years ago calling the game bad. This is a lot more engaging than just yes! Yeah, you will welcome to the family. Yeah, this game had issues at launch. I'm not gonna pretend it didn't. But this game is a lot more interesting in how, and I'm just keeping it a buck. I think it's just better designed than Borderlands 2. I think if this game was allowed to get more DLC and have more content, people would like this game more than Borderlands 2. If I'm being perfectly honest, I think people would like this game more than Borderlands 2 if it just had more content. But 2K Australia got shut down because of, well, they were most likely going to get shut down even before the reviews, but you will literally non-stop, you will find people who are like, man, I played this game like years later and this game is fantastic. What the fuck was everyone talking? That's everyone's response. Yeah, this game is fantastic. People would like this game more than Borderlands 2 play like Fox Quest 2. Shut up, Goblin. Borderlands 2, since they locked level 80 and OP with a little DLC in the base game, that pissed me off. Yeah, that's also not good. That's another thing. Like, the OP levels are not in this game, which might sound like a bad thing, but that does mean a lot more weapons and builds are viable in this game than they would be in Borderlands 2. Have the Handsome Collection and can't be asked to spend $15 on it. I'm gonna be real, like, it does go on sale every once in a while, but, like, I don't think you're missing all that much. Unless you, like, play with, like, a lot of mods, because, like, a lot of mods also want you to have the Lilith DLC, because if you don't have all the DLC, then the game has a heart attack. Yeah, the Lilith DLC is, like, not great. There's some nice things in it, though. And I'm not the biggest fan of OP levels. I find they're, like, just not a good version of... You're on Xbox? Ah. Damn. Okay. But yeah, like, Lilith DLC is, like, honestly, you're not missing out too much. It's fine. There's, like, nothing in there that's, like, you know, incredible. Like, the gear is neat. The story is kind of whatever, to be quite honest. But yeah, it's an okay DLC. That's the best I can say about it, though. Especially compared to, like, the rest of the game's DLC. Borderlands, in general, tends to have very good DLC. And, like, the Lilith DLC is, like, on the lower end of, like, still good. But yeah, it's still, like, not as good as the other ones, I would say. Where are we? The Moonscaper. Yeah. The Moonscaper is a... I'll stick the pre-sequel in 3 when I get to the end. Yeah. Like, you can still play, like, basically all of 2 without the Lilith DLC. Like, you gotta remember, like, 2 existed for, like, what, 15 years before they made the fucking Lilith DLC? Like, it's not like you need the Lilith DLC to enjoy 2, but... Yeah, I just think the pre-sequel is just overall better designed. Like, the designers, as we'll come to get to when we start talking about all the gear and whatnot, and the non-guns, I just think it's just better designed, to be quite honest. And I've always liked this game more than I liked 2. Anyway, the Moonscaper. The Moonscaper is a unique Torg shotgun that has a unique effect of lodging explosives when you hit a surface that will then blow up over time, or if an enemy walks over them. And then they go blow up. Now, thanks to the community patch's buffs, this gun's not awful, but there's gonna be a shotgun later that essentially does what this gun does, but better. Can Claptrap blow himself up with explosives? Yes and no. So, let's see, what has the fastest reload in here? So, Claptrap has a couple of skills that benefit from him being at not full and will drain stuff and do stuff, so you're not going to be too upset about that. The main skill, where is it? Yeah, right here. Start with a bang. Makes it so that when you shoot a weapon after reloading, you'll explode. But it doesn't do that much, so you can basically just constantly explode. Again, that's one of the reasons why the Absolute Zero is as good as it is, because you can just shoot it constantly and just constantly emit very, 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 very strong. I cannot stress enough how strong these explosions are. They're very fucking strong. But you can see that if you're just shooting this thing normally just to freeze an enemy and just blow up, you're not really in any danger. Now, aside from that, there is his action skill. His action skill makes him do essentially a random action skill in a list. Oh, we got Gun Wizard. And one of them, called Torque Fiesta, makes you spit out a bunch of grenades as long as the action skill is active. Now, those grenades hurt like hell, but they can't kill you. You will be left at 1 HP. You will live, but they will put you at 1 if you do get hit by them. So do keep that in mind. And then there's another one. This one. This one gives you a skill called Clap in the Box. That is essentially similar to Krieg's skill, where he blows himself up. But instead of blowing yourself up immediately, you instead get a big old cartoon bomb and get to chase enemies with a big cartoon bomb. You're very likely to kill an enemy with this, but if you don't, you'll go into fight for your life. But don't worry, because Claptrap has several skills that extend the amount of fight for your lifetime he has, and extends his damage and fire rate, and so on and so forth, while he's in fight for your life. Yeah, Claptrap, they know you're going to be blowing yourself up constantly, and intentionally designed around the fact that you're going to be blowing yourself up constantly. Again, I think just the pre-sequel, they knew what they were doing. That's the best way I can put it. They know that this character is an explosive maniac. Explosives do a lot of damage, you're very likely to hurt yourself, so he's the tankiest character in the game. His blue tree is entirely focused on survivability stuff, whether it's damage reduction, maximum health, constant health regeneration, so on and so forth. And he constantly is basically healing himself as he's damaging enemies. So, yeah, he can blow himself up, but you want to. Yeah, Claptrap is very fun. So I'd say don't worry about it. And as for the Moonscaper, where is it? Let's see, there's the moon face, not the Moonscaper. Did I move it already? Am I blind? Am I silly? No, I did not. Where is it? There it is. Yeah. Moonscaper, pretty alright on Claptrap. Again, kind of hard to beat explosive weapons on him. It's almost like he was made to blow up. 1, 2, 3. I think that's the last, oh no, oh god, I always forget there's so many shotguns. Alright, up next is the Octo. The Octo is a blue rarity TDR shotgun that has a unique effect of shooting 9 shots in an oscillating pattern like this. It can come in all elements and non-elemental, and it makes it do very good damage by hitting an enemy in a crit spot. Because it shoots out 9 projectiles, you're also basically guaranteed to do a status effect to an enemy. Meaning if you get one in Cryo, you are quite the happy Vault Hunter. Again, Claptrap quite likes Cryo because freezing enemies means they die to explosions easier. So yeah, the Octo is pretty good. It's pretty good on most of the characters in this game, and it's pretty good on Claptrap. No real complaints. Also, you can TDR reload, but TDR reloading shotguns isn't as recommended as it is with, say, pistols or lasers or SMGs, because shotguns don't have the magazine pool to make that a convenient option most of the time. So, keep that in mind. But the Octo is very nice. Boop. The 2 Scoops is a Jacobs Cryo shotgun that has the unique effect of shooting 2 snowballs. You can play TCG Live? Yay! I'm gonna be sad if you tell me you're not playing Mega for Alligator. you're gonna tell me you play Festival Lead, and I'm gonna be sad. Mega Darkrai. Okay, fair enough. I have been playing. I always make sure to have at least enough points to be able to, like, max out on the next pass when it happens. I've been using Mega Kangaskhan Buffalant a lot, actually, and just been going with, like, really big basics. It's quite fun. Also, I have to I think I gotta make some adjustments to my Mega Dragonite deck, too. Yeah. 2 Scoops. Anyway, yeah, it shoots out these 2 shots that are essentially like snowballs. Wasn't Dragon Ball meta? Yes, it is still meta, and it's gonna be meta until it gets rotated in, like, March, unfortunately. Dragon Ball has been the strongest for a while. Like, it's been around since the V-Star days, because, like, we used it in Regidrago box, and it's been useful then, but it's just straight up been the best deck for, like, what, like 3 years now? And yeah, it's gonna be that for until March when it gets rotated out, unfortunately. Which is really sad, because of the newer cards, if Dragapult wasn't around, like, the new rotation would be good. Like, a lot of the newer cards are good, and you can tell that they tried to, like, tone down the power level of stuff, but what's the point of toning down the power level of decks if the best deck from last format is still around, right? Because now every deck is just weaker than the best deck by a long shot. Like, it's not even a contest. It's really silly. 23 minutes till the EDP documentary. I might watch that on stream. Not today, but I do want to watch that. I might watch that on stream. Final Fantasy IV might have to wait, because I was interested in watching that. Using Moltres for the EX strike. Yeah, that was, yeah, those kinds of attacks are always good. I find it so frustrating, because, like, a lot of the Mega Pokemon would be better, but, like, because Dragapult is still around, it's like a race for efficiency, and because the Megas are, like, so cost inefficient most of the time, it feels really bad to use them, which I can't stand. Like, aside from Dragapult, which is a 2 prize, the most common, like, Mega decks, the new one that just came out, Mega Excadrill, I quite like a lot, because it can get damage potentially really fast. And, like, aside from that, like, Mega Lucario has, like, fallen out of favor, but that one's, like, still up there. But yeah, like, a lot of 1 prize decks are starting to, like, come up, so they can just out-trade the Mega decks, which feels really bad. I still have Mega Greninja. Yeah, like, Mega Greninja. I would like Mega Greninja, because, like, that's another problem. Like, a lot of the decks that are around are just like, this is just Dragapult, but worse. Like, this is just Dragapult, but worse. And if Dragapult didn't exist, then you could be like, oh, I get it, because it's like Dragapult, but it does less damage. So there's more, like, availability for play. But that's just not an option, because Dragapult is still around. Like, Dragapult is still just the best damage spread around. So why bother picking Mega Greninja, which needs more energy, makes you lose an extra prize card, does less damage, does less spread damage? Like, there's no reason for it. Like, that's the biggest problem with a lot of the, like, with like, fucking Dragon Ball still being around, because he's, like, just still in there in rotation. It sucks so bad. Like, I would love that. Literally, if Dragon Ball wasn't around, this format would be fantastic. But Dragapult is still around. Like, there's no real reason to fucking try shit, you know? And it sucks. And I hate it. And honestly, that was, like, my worst fear with, like, dealing with rotation. Because I've come from Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm used to a ban list. And, like, my worst fear for rotation is, well, what if they rotate and the most annoying shit from last format is still around? And what do you know? That's exactly what happened. And, like, unlike with the copium of like, well, maybe they'll hit the strongest deck on the ban. There's no copium here. No, you gotta wait till March. Like, you're stuck until next rotation, which fucking sucks. It really sucks. I hate it. Good lord. Anyway, we sit here enough yapping about card games. 2 scoops. Cause yeah, I mentioned that it shoots out these 2 snowballs, which is really good. But an important thing about those 2 snowballs, you might see right there that has a freeze chance of 8%. That is a fucking lie. I have, and I quote, never shot this thing and had it not immediately freeze an enemy. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Players would just be like, well, fuck it, I'll just, like, try out new shit, or I'll, like, try out shit that I already have. Like, Cool Tune has been, like, the strongest deck for a while right now, and Branded is, like, with the new support, is, like, fighting Cool Tune. Like, Branded and Cool Tune right now are definitely, like, the best decks, but, like, we're getting stuff that's going to shake the format, and even then, it's not like Branded and Cool Tune are fucking unbeatable, right? It's not tier 0. And even when Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a tier 0, it's usually easy to, like, deal with it, because it's easy to, like, side deck or have tech cards for tier 0 formats. So, like, I'm gonna be real, I don't even usually mind, like, tier 0 format. Like, shit has to be very bad for me to hate a tier... Like, I've been playing Master Duel since early. I've been playing Master Duel for a while. The only time I hated playing Master Duel was tier limit format. That's it. I hated tier limits. I still hate tier limits. I think tier limit is, like, some of the worst designed cards of all time. And that was the only time I was like, oh my god, I hate playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. I have sat through everything else. I have sat through Malice. I have sat through fucking Drytron. I have sat through Peak Dragon Link. I have sat through fucking Rizio. I have sat through... Nothing was as bad as tier limit. Not a single one of those was ever as bad as tier limit. Not once. Tier limit was the worst. And I still played through tier limit format. Like, I still played nearly every day. Snake Eyes? See, I didn't mind Snake Eyes as much because, like, Snake Eyes had a lot of different decks that you could use it in, right? The problem with tier limit was that it was basically, you're either playing tier mirrors or you don't get to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But Snake Eyes, yeah, Snake Eyes was definitely hard to stop, but they were versatile enough where I didn't feel like I was running into the same things using Snake Eyes all the time. And hell, like, Snake Eyes is at full power, basically, once again right now, and you really don't see them. Like, Snake Eyes Fire King was neat, like, TG Snake Eyes was neat. Like, yeah, I didn't really mind Snake Eyes all that much. Was it definitely a step up for like, power level? Yes, absolutely. But there was enough things where I saw it being used in different categories where I didn't really mind. Also helped that Master Duel Snake Eyes costed a bazillion dollars, no one else had it. Well, I don't know, it wasn't really that bad. Like, I'm a free-to-play player, I have not spent basically anything in Master Duel. Like, I will occasionally spend some side money if I have it, and I don't usually have it, and I'm usually buying other stuff. Like, I'm usually buying tech stuff for the house, or, like, fixing stuff for the house, if I have side money. But yeah, like, I didn't really feel like I had to fight for Snake Eyes, though. Was it full power Snake Eyes? Like, 1,000 URS? Was it, though? Hold on, let me double check. Let's see. Boop, boop. Let's see, let me pull it up. Let's see, Snake Eyes, you would want maybe 3 OSS. Some people really didn't even use 3. Like, that was a card that most people ran at 1 anyway. You'd want 3 Poplar. You really wouldn't want more than 1 Flamberge Dragon, maybe 2, so you'd want, like, let's be nice and say 2 Flamberge Dragon. And then you'd want what? You'd want 3... the fire searcher. Oh my god, what's it fucking called? I can see it in my brain. Bonfire. You'd want bonfire. And then a lot of it was just like generic extra deck stuff that you probably had access to anyway. Like Appaloosas, like Baron, Savage. Nowadays, you know, you can throw like Prom Princess in there. But yeah, like individually, it wasn't really that bad. Like, yeah, because you weren't running max copies of all the URs anyway. I know Fire King has like way more URs. Yeah, like the Fire King version probably costs a lot more. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, Snake Eyes was just the best at utilizing generic utility stuff. And that's never fun. But yeah, like, once the more damaging extra deck utility, especially Appaloosa. Like, I'm gonna be real, Appaloosa had it coming. I'm surprised it took till Malice for Appaloosa to get banned. But yeah, like, with Appaloosa gone, like, Snake Eyes end board is, like, a lot less threatening than it used to be. Yeah, Appaloosa is a fucking, like, crime against humanity. Oh boy, it's so wide! Let's see. If you were doing the Fire King version, you'd want, what, 3 Ponix? Do you run 3 Garunix? I don't even know if you run 3 Garunix. Do you? Like, I gotta see here. Like, I'm looking at, like, deck list now, but, like, I don't know. Let's see, you'd run, like, what? Maybe 1 or 3 Diabell Stars? 3 Kirin? Kirin's not a UR, though. Oh, no, wait, yeah. No, there he is. Yeah, so you want, what? Yeah, 2 or 3 Kirin. I see a lot of deck lists run 2. So, yeah, what? 2 or 3 Kirin, usually 1 Garunix. One of both. 1 High Avatar Garunix, 1 Sacred Fire King Garunix. Yeah, and then it's like, they kind of just, like, used whatever the fuck they got. Like, when a lot of the stuff was getting hit, they started using Millennium stuff, so then you could do, like, what? You do, like, what, 3 Sengenjin, just to get the Sengenjin. But yeah, like, Snake Eyes in and of itself wasn't really the expensive part. It was all the stuff you had to do to fix it after it started getting nerfed. Yeah, in the Fire King version especially, you're probably using different extra deck stuff than you would be for the Snake Eyes version, so that also changes a lot. It really just depends on which version you're running, and whether you already had, like, generic stuff. Yeah, you know what's crazy? I've never seen Yummy Millennium. I'm going to remember that if I ever run across that now. Yummy Millennium sounds cursed. Ew. Good lord. And I still haven't even finished talking about the 2 scoops. But yeah. As you might imagine, as I've said a couple of times, this thing basically is guaranteed to freeze whatever the fuck you're shooting it at. And on a character like Claptrap, with its low magazine size and decent reload speed, yeah, this might be his best shotgun. I'm gonna be real. Gave us 3 Yummy Snatchy, it changes does nothing. The 2 is optimal anyway. Yeah. Well, I don't know, do non-pure versions play like more than 3? Or play 3? I don't know. I never used Yummy. It was always like, not for me. Ooh, I should probably like reset my AC. Actually, I should go do that. I will do that after stream. Up next shotgun, the Torgmata. The Torgmata is a blue rarity Torg shotgun that has the unique effect of, if you hit a surface, it will essentially apply mini flak. Also, the shots will always shoot out in a very relatively tight triangle pattern. Give us Cupsy and non-pure versions are so tight. Yummy Feedsmith decks sometimes have to drop Desiree depending on their lines. Yeah. A funny thing about the Torgmata is because of the way it works, this is essentially just... This shotgun's not blue. This shotgun does damage like a fucking Torg. I am not, or like a Torg quad barrel. This gun is silly. I need to stop chatting too many distractions. Nah, it's fine. I don't mind. I'm here to yap. But yeah, the Torgmata is fucking insane. This gun is good on everyone, and it's especially good on Claptrap. What a fucking surprise. It's really strong explosive. It's basically just a purple. I'm gonna be real. It's just a purple. This gun is silly. It's really easy to use because of its pattern. Everyone likes it for various reasons. There it is. It is very good. Yeah, you can go up here. Bam. The Company Man is a unique Hyperion shotgun with the unique effect of being a Hyperion shotgun with one barrel with a massive as fuck magazine size, good fire rate, good damage, good numbers. This was a reward bonus for having Tales from the Borderlands save data, hence the Atlas on it, and hence the red text quote, re-scroll or remember this. This gun is very good on virtually everyone in the game. It is especially good on Claptrap if you get one in Cryo, so do keep that in mind. Because getting one of these in Cryo is a very good freezing option, and honestly just a good damage option in general. The Company Man is great. I've been trying to get through these tier lists, these character tier lists in like less than 5 hours. We've been doing pretty alright so far. Let's get these two near each other because they're pretty... Oh wait, I kept the Moonscaper. I didn't get rid of it. I'm silly. Game goes up to UVHM. Yes! We are level 70 UVHM right now, testing all of this stuff. Or, you know, showing all of this stuff. We're not really testing anything. I already kind of know stuff and things and stuff. Anyway. But yes, UVHM. There is no badass level, but honestly, I don't really care about that. Or not badass level. No OP levels. But again, I don't really care about... I don't find OP levels fun anyway. I'm someone that plays hard games on a regular basis. I just don't think the OP levels are well designed. Anyway, on to the Wombat. The Wombat is very similar to the Moonscaper, quite frankly, because it's basically the same gun, but worse. Yeah, I'm not kidding. This is another, like, reward bonus for having a different game's data. And yeah, it's another one that's fine, but it is also just basically the Moonscaper. So, it's going where the Moonscaper is. Like, it's basically the same gun. Where is it? Right there? Yeah, right there. Boop. This is the Moonface. The Moonface is a unique Jacobs shotgun that shoots in a smiley face pattern. Look at that! Smiley! But it has another unique effect. You see, it's not just a weird Jacobs quad. The shots are non-elemental, but they also do explosive splash damage. Yeah, you know what that means. Yeah, to no surprise, Claptrap quite likes this weapon. Yeah, it's pretty damn good on him. I still think it's best on Nisha, but Claptrap, he's probably the second best user of this. Yay! Shuffle is being nice today. We're getting chainsaw moves. Yeah, good weapon on Claptrap. This one. This is the Heartbreaker. The Heartbreaker is a unique, I think this is a Hyperion. Yeah, Hyperion one-barrel shotgun. It is locked to fire, and it is a Moxie weapon, meaning you will have lifesteal as you hold this weapon. It has a unique effect, aside from lifesteal, of shooting in a heart pattern. Heart pattern, love! We love it! But the good news is, because of its fixed pattern, it makes it quite easy to hit an enemy's critical hit spots with the shots. So yeah. Now, I said before, and I will say it again, fire-locked weapons in the pre-sequel are quite weird, because you can't fire dot enemies when you're in the vacuum of space. But they will still do their increased damage against flesh enemies. So don't think that fire weapons are completely useless just because you're in space. They are still strong and so good. Oh, not that. This. So much so that I'll put it here, because again, Claptrap is actually a character that is quite usually in people's faces. And Moxie lifesteal is actually good on him. I don't think anyone else in the game needs it, but I think Claptrap likes Moxie lifesteal more than other characters. This is the Jack-o'-lantern. The Jack-o'-lantern is a unique Torg shotgun that has the unique effect of shooting explosive pumpkins. Now, this weapon is absolutely neat and very fun and very silly and very seasonal and very festive, but it's not Halloween, so I don't like it. And by that, what I actually mean is, Claptrap can't really shoot this thing fast enough to be convenient. It does do decent explosive damage, so it's still good on him. But there's better things that do decent explosive damage. To be quite honest, even purple rarity, and especially glitch rarity, Torg double barrels and Torg quads are a lot better in that regard. Let's see. I think we're only on 2 more shotguns. 3 more shotguns. Forgot about that one. Boop. This is the Boomicorn. The Boomicorn is a unique Jacobs shotgun that has the unique effect of shooting very highly self-damaging splash damage pellets of random elements. And all elements this time. They will go explosive, they will go fire, they will go corrosive, they will go shock. They will literally they will go cryo, all elements. This shoots all elements at once. Now, as you can tell, yeah, Claptrap really likes this. This makes it really easy to stack several stacks of maniacal laughter. He can freeze enemies with it. He can blow enemies up with it. It reloads immediately, keeping his reload skills up and increasing all of his damage from that. Yeah, this is a very, very, very good gun on Claptrap. He is probably the second best user aside from Nisha, and honestly, you could argue that he uses it better than Nisha. It's very good on him. Again, I need to stress though, this does do very, very high splash damage. How high? Oh, I'm wearing an absorption shield. Let's take that off. Here, let's wear a shield that I would normally wear. That high. So, be careful if there are enemies running directly after you. You are very prone to hurting yourself, and unfortunately, to the point of irreparability. Be very careful if you're using this gun, but it is good on Claptrap. Oh, it's not bad. Whee! Wham. Phone magic. Why are you phone magicking now? What is it? Alrighty. Up next, this is the Boganella. The Boganella is a unique rarity scav shotgun. It is a triple barrel, has a high amount of pellets, does a good amount of damage, and has the unique effect of talking to you. Now, unlike all of the talking weapons in Borderlands 2, the talking weapons in the pre-sequel are all actually quite good and very strong and usable, and the Boganella is no different. It can come in all elements and non-elemental, making it a very good option, and at the point you get it, it is also a very good weapon. So yeah, I have no real complaints for the Boganella. It's pretty damn solid. If you're wondering what's up with the name, or why it's talking like that, a Boganella is essentially an Australian redneck. There you go. You have learned. So yeah, the Boganella is quite good. You know what? Yeah, we'll put it here.
Is this gonna be good?
And then finally, the Bullpup. The Bullpup is a unique Hyperion shotgun. This is a potential bonus if you have Borderlands 1 save data with you, if I recall correctly. Once again, if you're playing on PC and using the community patch, you can get this without having to do any shenaniganry, because the community patch makes things a lot easier to access and just makes them, like, as an example, quest rewards. And other than that, it is just a very good and very decent Hyperion single barrel shotgun. Now, this one is level 1, because that's the level you would normally get it. But aside from that, it can come in all elements, including non-elemental, and it's, again, just a very good, very solid Hyperion single barrel shotgun. No real complaints. As a matter of fact, quite the opposite. It's just about as good as the Company Man, but you have the potential to get it earlier than the Company Man, which makes it a little stronger. In that regard, at least. But again, we're not considering accessibility for this. Up next, SMGs. And then snipers, and then we're done. For weapons, we still have to go over the other one here. This is the Cutie Killer. The Cutie Killer is a glitch rarity scav SMG with Overload 4 and Amplify 4. Overload is red and will make you consume more ammunition in order to deal higher damage, and Amplify will drain your shield like an Amplify shield on every shot rather than just on full shield. This is another talking weapon. And again, similar to all of the other talking weapons, it's not bad. It does good damage. And if you can deal with the constant murderings of kill coming out of it, it's not awful. It is fire locked, similar to the Harmful Splodger being corrosive locked, but it's solid. Cutie Killer. There you are. Boop. The IVF is a legendary TDR SMG that has a unique effect of, upon reload and TDR reloading it at an enemy or at anything, it has a very high likelihood to split into 2. Meaning you get about, 50% more gun per gun. You will come to find at absolutely no surprise that Claptrap loves TDR guns. Who would have guessed? The explosive character likes TDR weapons? What a surprise. And just like every other character who loves TDR weapons, if you can get one of these in every element, including including non-elemental, you're sitting pretty. Yeah, to no one's surprise, the IVF is an absolute fucking... You absolutely fucking want this. It is one of his best weapons. It literally does everything he wants to. It's faster reloads, it's good damage, it's more explosives, it's higher reload damage, it's higher splash damage. It's everything fucking Claptrap wants. Up next, this is the Fatale. The Fatale is a legendary rarity Hyperion SMG that has the unique effect of hitting maximum accuracy faster than other Hyperion SMGs. And that is because this is the pre-sequel version of the Bitch SMG from Borderlands 2. Now, unlike the Bitch, it is locked to Cryo and cannot come in all elements, unless you are playing with the community patch and you would like to make it all elements. However, it being locked to Cryo is debatably the best thing it could possibly be locked to. Cryo makes enemies take increased critical hit damage, and this is a weapon that wants to critical hit things. Claptrap in particular likes this weapon because, of course, he has the skill that gives his non-explosive weapons a chance to deal explosive damage. Meaning that this gun can deal high amounts of damage and basically just be used as a standard weapon. And it is debatably, of all of Claptrap's weapons, the best weapon to just straight up use as a gun. Yeah, this is another clear best in the game for him. It's very good. It's very, very good. The Hellfire is a unique or legendary rarity Malawan SMG that has the unique effect of doing higher than average fire damage. And of course, it's locked to fire. Now, I mentioned before that having fire weapons in this game isn't necessarily a bad thing, because you'll still do extra damage to flesh. And while that is true for this gun's main benefit is its dot damage. Meaning, this gun is very much neutered in this game than it would be in another game. Which is quite unfortunate. I again have to regale the tale of how this gun gets worse in every game it's in somehow. In Borderlands 1, it was such an insanely strong weapon that even a low rarity, low level version could take you through to that game's increased difficulty modes, up to sometimes even max level, like even level 69. The Borderlands 2 version, while not as strong because of how they changed how dots work, is still very strong in and of itself, and is a solid fire option. But because of the vacuum of space curtailing this gun's strongest effect, it makes it not as effective in this game as it would be in other games. And then, I don't know what the fuck they did to it in fucking Borderlands 3. They made it a doll for some reason, and it's just statistically the weakest it's been. So yeah, its second worst appearance is not a great spot for it. It still is fine though, because you can still at least get maniacal laughter stacks. Also, what am I doing putting this at fucking 4.5? I fucking love the song. Also, play Going Under. It's fantastic. I'm really sad that Going Under 2 is not going to happen. If you're wondering what the hell Going Under is, it is a 3D action roguelike dungeon crawler style that criticizes and parodies office culture. It's quite great. This is the Torrent. The Torrent is a legendary doll SMG that has the unique effect of just being really fucking good. Yeah, no, this thing is crazy. It shoots fast as hell. It has great stats. If you get one without an optic, I believe it can come with an optic, but weapons that don't have optics do not restrict your movement speed when you're ADSing. But yeah, no, this gun is just good. It's literally just good. Now, it's not as strong as it would be in Borderlands 3, where they completely change how it functions and how it works, but this gun is insanely good, it is insanely versatile, it can come in all elements, including non-elemental. It's just good. The Torrent is literally just a good weapon. Oh, I never put the fucking Laser of Enlightenment in a spot. It should go here. Yeah, the Torrent is fucking great. Good weapon. Again, for most omni-elemental things, assume Claptrap wants it in Cryo. The cheat code is a legendary Hyperion SMG that has the unique effect of... Oh, well, it will be easier if I get this. So, let's just hit this guy in the head once. Let's wait for my stacks and shit to disappear. Boop, there we go. Alright, so we did about 32,000 there. Alright.
One screw short of a screw.
So the cheat code has the unique effect of basically being a dedicated fight for your life weapon. It deals increased damage, has increased fire rate, and has a chance to not consume ammunition and extends your fight for your lifetime while you're using it. So yeah, it is essentially a hardcore, dedicated, get the fuck out of fight for your life weapon. Hence the name G-Code. And on most characters, it's good. On Claptrap, who is the character who has the most amount of ways to extend the amount of time he is in fight for your life, you can unironically down yourself and kill a boss with this thing. Claptrap is probably this gun's best user, and it's one of his best weapons. This is for nice to the ammunition machine. Whee! This is the Phrygia. The Phrygia is the pre-sequel version of the Lascaux with one major difference. It still shoots in the horse pattern that it does normally, in the shape of the Lascaux cave paintings, but it has the unique effect of being cryo. And as a matter of fact, it is... Shuffle is not shuffling. Shuffle, shuffle. There we go. It has the, it is cryo-locked, and it is one of, if not the best weapons at freezing enemies, which on Claptrap means it is an exceptionally useful tool. So, an important thing about weapons that are dedicated to freezing is that, like, unlike something like Slag, you want ones in, like, a lot of different categories, not just one. That's why the 2 Scoops is here, that's why the Absolute Zero, and the Excalibastard, and now the Phrygia are here, right? Because you have a variety of options of weapons to use if you want to dedicatedly freeze an enemy, depending on your build, or what other weapons you're using. I have to go turn my light on, it's getting a little dark in here. So yes, the Phrygia is another weapon that is absolutely fantastic on Claptrap. It's fantastic on most of the characters in this game, quite frankly, but he is among one of its better users, I think. Because he cares about enemies being frozen more than other characters do, generally. The Black Snake is a blue rarity, unique Hyperion SMG that has the unique effect of shooting out 2 shots at once, like a snake fang. That does mean that if you can get close enough to an enemy in order to hit both shots on their crit spot, it will be pretty decent. As you might guess based on its name, it is locked to corrosive. And honestly, getting it early is not the worst thing, but similar to other corrosive lock weapons, there's just not that many enemies that are weak to corrosion in the pre-sequel. And by the time those will start popping up, this weapon will have far fallen off. It's not exactly the best option. What is next? Alright, we got 5 more.
What's the difference?
Boop. Cool. This is the Fast Talker. The Fast Talker is a unique scav SMG that has the unique, it can come in all elements, including non-elemental, and has the unique effect of, as you might guess by the name, having an insanely high fire rate. Other than that, it has really good stats for a blue rarity weapon. It is essentially a purple rarity scav SMG, but has an insane fire rate. As I say with all omni-elemental things, ideally you would want it in cryo for Claptrap, but you're happy regardless. This weapon is pretty good on just about everyone in the game. Where are you, Fast Talker? I wish to talk fast. There you are. It's pretty good. Because of its fire rate, that ends up, like, off-ending the typical downside Claptrap has, where, yeah, its fire rate is so high that its large mag size doesn't actually impede the way he wants to play, which is quite neat. Before we get to the other ones, let's get to the last SMG that is here as well. There we go. This is the Frostfire. This gun is weird. This is essentially the pre-sequel version of the Cullen, but not exactly. This does... You can see it does cryo, but not. This gun's weird. So yeah, as you can see, it does cryo and impact and freezes enemies, but it doesn't do cryo damage. But it does fire dots. So it will freeze enemies and then fire dot them is the best way I could say it. While doing all kinds of weird. This gun's just fucking weird. Yeah, this gun is odd. That's the best way I could put it. This gun is just odd. As normal, I never fucking know how to feel about this weapon. It's just a... It's not awful at freezing things. But Claptrap has so many better options at freezing things, but it also doesn't explicitly have an anti-synergy with him like it does with the Proletarian Revolution, so I'm not going to put it in that lowest tier. The Meat Grinder is a unique rarity. This is a scav, right? Yeah, scav. Scav! SMG. It has the unique effect of shooting out 3 shots at once. You're essentially treating this as a shotgun. It has very bad accuracy, but a large magazine size. Shoots out 3 shots for 2 ammunition. And can come in all elements, including non-elemental. So yeah, if you just treat this as a shotgun, basically, a pretty solid weapon. You can get it relatively early in the game too, meaning for someone like Claptrap, if you get a cryo version, it'll last you a pretty decent amount of time. Where is it? Meat Grinder. Let's see, there's Merrick's mouth. Where is the Meat Grinder? Where is the Meat Grinder? What the fuck? Am I blind? I wouldn't be surprised. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, pretty solid. One time talk about this one again. Small chat earlier, decided to re-download TCU Live. Yee. This is the Boxy Gun. The Boxy Gun is a shock-locked TDR SMG. It shoots very slow, but honestly decently damaging shots. But this gun has a problem. Yeah, there's a very high likelihood that you will reload, throw the gun into yourself, and just instantly deal damage to yourself. I like how every single time I have tried to demonstrate that about this weapon, it has happened on the first try. I assure you, it is not 100% chance. It scales based on how much ammo is in the magazine. So, the less ammo that's in it, the lower chance of it blowing up in you. So basically, you want to just use this as a regular gun and not a TDR. Because if you try to use it like a TDR, you'll fucking die. And honestly, its stats really aren't good enough to warrant that either. Not even on Claptrap. And for our final SMG, we have Merrick's Mouth. Merrick's Mouth is another scav SMG that is corrosive locked, but don't worry about that, because upon dealing dot damage to an enemy, you will then have a chance to deal dots of other attributes. So, you can see every dot that happens, every once in a while, it will just shift and another dot will pop up instead. Now, while that's not bad on someone like Claptrap, Claptrap doesn't like having large magazine sizes. He wants to reload constantly. The reload bonuses that he has supplement his gameplay pattern a lot better than anything else, than the raw damage of having a larger magazine, or the raw DPS potential of having a large magazine size will. But it's not awful on him either. I feel the need to stress that. Alright, up next. Sniper rifles. Oh yes, I somehow have gone this long without mentioning it, but now is a good time, I suppose. I don't think, in particular, Claptrap necessarily suffers from ammunition problems. However, regardless, just like a lot of the other characters, Claptrap is generally someone that benefits from the Jacob's Sniper glitch. Now, what the fuck is that? Well, in the Claptastic Voyage, you can get glitch rarity weapons. And these glitch effects will cause various effects that have a chance to activate every time you reload the weapon. For whatever reason, Jacob's Sniper Rifles, glitch rarity Jacob's Sniper Rifles, when they're in loop, if you switch weapons, they will apply their glitch effect to every other weapon, meaning essentially maximum accuracy, increased fire rate, and a high chance to not consume ammunition. Now, I don't think that Claptrap struggles with ammo problems like Nisha does, but he is very much a very good beneficiary of this effect, like most characters in the game, to be quite honest. Aside from Athena. Athena literally is the only character in the game where I would say you don't even need to really worry about this glitch at all. If you wish to turn this glitch off, by the way, this does work on quite literally every weapon in the game, every weapon category, but there is a interesting side effect for Hyperion weapons. Hyperion weapons have problems and will not go into reverse recoil anymore if you use this with them. So maybe don't do this with Hyperion SMGs or pistols or anything like that. Hyperion sniper rifles are still generally fine. But yeah, this is a massive DPS increase and is especially useful for a lot of the weapons that Claptrap wants to use. Like we saw earlier how much he struggled with trying to shoot this thing faster, but it's pretty damn good. And because of how it works, not increasing the magazine size, but instead being a chance to reduce ammo usage, it still means that he can reload fast enough to maintain maximum stacks of all of those skills. So yeah, Claptrap is quite the strong beneficiary of the Jacob Sniper glitch. Now, if you would like to turn off the Jacob Sniper glitch, all you need to do is go back to whatever Jacob Sniper Rifle you had, reload it one more time, and then if it's not on this glitch effect anymore, there you go. That's it. Otherwise, this glitch will be in effect until you save quit, or do what I just mentioned to reload it. Felt the need to mention that because I do have that glitch Jacob's sniper rifle in there to talk about that effect because it is a strong effect and virtually everyone in the game likes using it. So with that, let's talk about the sniper rifles. This is the Invader. This is a Hyperion sniper rifle that can come in all elements and non-elemental and has the unique effect of being burst fire. Now, Hyperion sniper rifles work differently from other Hyperion weapons. Their reverse recoil kicks in the longer you ADS. So, the longer you ADS and the more stable you'll get, the tighter the accuracy will eventually get, and then you won't recoil off of your target's head anymore. Now, for as close quarters as someone like Claptrap is, he honestly doesn't mind sniper rifles, and if you're using the gun subroutine, then a handful of these are still going to be handy. The Invader, as usual, is how I feel about it, is simply alright. It's okay. It's not bad. It's nice. The Long Nail is a legendary Vladimov sniper rifle. I needed that. That can come in all elements and non-elemental and has the unique effect of ignoring enemies' shields and does damage directly to their health. That is a very strong effect. However, Veracitus does not exist in this game, so there's not really that many enemies where you would want to use this effect. There's a handful, but it's not something you're fighting for. But it is still a decent sniper rifle. It's still strong, it still shoots fast, it still has fine reload speed, has very high elemental effect chance, can come in all elements. The long nail's not awful. It's just that its unique effect just simply isn't as strong in this game as it is in 2, because there's a couple of targets in 2 where you want to just ignore their shield. The Skull Masher is a legendary Jacobs sniper rifle that has the unique effect of being a fucking shotgun, shooting out a tightly condensed set of pellets, which can basically all immediately hit an enemy's critical hit spot without fighting it. Now, Claptrap has a ton of damage bonuses, raw damage bonuses, gun damage bonuses, and critical hit damage bonuses. He really likes this gun. And if you want to just use it as a shotgun, I wouldn't. But if you ADS instead, then I would. Forgot how generous this game was. Hopped on and had every card for Dragon Ball. Oh yeah. Like, I have said that before, like, TCG Live doesn't really monetize itself like other card games. It is one of the most free-to-play friendly card games ever, if not the most free-to-play friendly. The only one that's arguably, like, just as free-to-play friendly is, like, Legends of Runeterra. Yeah, TCG Live is great. Yeah, the Skull Masher is fantastic. Claptrap really likes it. If you can freeze an enemy and do even more damage that way, that's even better. But even if you can't, it's still just a solid weapon on it. The Omni Cannon is a legendary, non-elemental Hyperion sniper rifle that has the unique effect of I am a fucking liar, because it actually does explosive damage on top of its non-elemental damage. Now, as you can see, it has a very slow reload speed. Yeah, most of what TCG Live gets is, like, you know, people, yeah, just, like, you know, spending on cosmetics. But even then, like, I have a bunch of fucking drip. I've, again, not spent any money on TCG Live. As a matter of fact, whenever I end up with card codes that, like, my uncle or my cousin get, I usually just have them displayed on stream and just give them away. Like, I don't need the packs. I don't need them. But yeah, the Omni Cannon is very strong, and it is technically the only sniper rifle that does actual explosive damage. So if you are using the gun subroutine, this is a weapon you're going to have to take in order to not lose a tremendous amount of damage. But you're not that upset with that. This weapon is pretty good. And bam. Alright. Up next, the Pitchfork is a legendary Dahl sniper rifle that has the unique effect of shooting out a row of 5 shots. If you do not ADS, they will split upon getting close to a target. But if you ADS, they will always shoot in a row of 5. This gun can come in all elements, including non-elemental, making it pretty effective against a couple of things. This is not something I would use against a lot of regular enemies, but against a lot of the bosses in this game, like Eos and Eclipse, this weapon is actually quite capable. And I do think there's more enemies like that, like, say, Felicity Rampant, where this weapon is also potentially useful. But it's not something I go out of my way for, but it's also not something I'm upset at. This weapon is pretty solid. I think this weapon has more usage opportunity in this game than it does in Borderlands 2. The Magma is a legendary Malawan sniper rifle that has the unique effect of dealing a metric fuckton of fire damage. As you might guess by its name, it is fire locked on top of that. that is it though. Sadly, it is not like the version that we will get in Borderlands 3 that leaves behind gigantic lava puddles. That version is really fun. But yeah, the magma is solid enough. It is fire locked, but it does do so much damage, and because it's a Malawan sniper rifle, all of Claptrap's grenade damage bonuses also will apply to this, because grenade damage bonus is just the old game's way of saying splash damage. The Machine is a unique rarity Vlad-off sniper rifle, quite literally made out of money, that has the unique effect of having the Malawan continuous damage bonus on a fucking sniper rifle! This can come in all elements, including non-elemental. And yeah, to probably no one's fucking surprise, this is Claptrap's best sniper rifle. Now, I will say, this one is an ammo hog. I would highly recommend you use this one with the Jacob sniper glitch in order to alleviate ammo concerns, because it uses a lot of ammo. Come on, loop for me. There we go. Yeah, a lot better, isn't that? Yeah, if you're going to use this weapon, I would highly recommend you use this with the Jacob Sniper glitch. It will alleviate your ammo concerns by a lot. And it will just make it just feel a lot better and easier to use. But even if you're not using it, it is pound for pound the strongest sniper rifle in the game for most characters generally. Some characters want to use other ones over this one on occasion, like Nisha, but it is very strong. Should mark that too. And this is the Plunket. The Plunket has the unique effect of, if you hit an enemy in their critical hit spot, ammunition from your backpack will go into your magazine, meaning you never have to reload. But we're Claptrap. We want to reload. Meaning this is another gun that actually has an anti-synergy with Claptrap. I'm surprised it took that long to get to another one. But again, Claptrap is not a character that hates many weapons. There's just simply, he can use a lot of stuff really well. And a lot of the stuff just ends up working pretty damn strong. And he is a very simple philosophy. He just wants things that go reload and go boom. The Fremington's Edge is a unique rarity Hyperion sniper rifle that has the unique effect of having the most zoom. We can see what that guy had for fucking dinner. I believe it has an additional effect that I always forget, and I always have to relook at Loot Women because I always forget it. It has a higher than average movement speed penalty, and it increases your critical hit damage as you ADS. So yeah. Another one that's not bad. Pretty solid. Can come in all elements, which is also really nice. The Wet Week is a legendary, this is a Doll, right? Yep, Doll sniper rifle that has the unique effect of shooting bullets that are slow as hell. Yeah, slow sniper rifle bullets are not exactly the thing you want for most weapons. The good news is it can come in all elements and non-elemental, but yeah, it's just not great, honestly. Like, slower bullets really fucks with aiming for enemies, and it really just fucks with a lot of things. But it does not have an anti-synergy, so I will not put it in the A tier. Pew. And then, finally, the Razorback. The Razorback is a unique Jacob sniper rifle that has fixed parts, that has the unique effect of doing a fuck ton of damage. Go old school. Alright, playing World at War. Alright, give me my M1 Garand. Alright. Yeah. Not bad. But, not really something Claptrap wants to use is the problem. But not awful. And with that, that is all of the weapons out of the way. So, let's very quickly equip a decent set of items. And you know what, let's also... no, yeah, this is pretty decent. Let's put, like, the Fatal up here. Let's get that, let's get that, and let's get that. Sure, why not? Now, let's go over class mods. I would like to go over class mods before I go over other stuff. I think I'm going to be doing that from now on, just starting with the class mods and ending with shields. So, the Iridian Vanquisher is a legendary comm for Claptrap that boosts elemental effect chance, air control, max health, and boosts the skills Killbot, Start with the Bang, Maniacal Laughter, All the Things Are Awesome, and Death Machine. Those are all very good skills to boost. Those are all very good passives to boost too. The Iridian Vanquisher on Claptrap is honestly pretty damn solid, which is not something I can say for most characters. But yeah, I think you really want one. It's really good. Now, once again, I must stress, if you are playing with the community patch, everyone's Chronicler of Elpis class mod gives different bonuses, and unique bonuses to that character, rather than the bonuses that they give normally. For Claptrap, those bonuses are ammo regeneration, increased fire rate, and increased gun damage, as well as boosting the skills Load and Explode, Start with the Bang, Wax On, Wax Off, Coincidental Combustion, and Death Machine. All, again, very solid skills to boost. A very solid passive skill for someone who wants to do TD stuff. And good stats overall. This is another one that is very solid. Although, even if you're playing with the base game version giving an increased cryo chance is also quite good. The Celestial Frag Trap is a legendary Maladon comm. Comm producer doesn't really matter for anyone else except Jack. That gives increased cooldown rate and critical hit damage, as well as boosting the skills Drop the Hammer, Killbot, Best Buds for Life, Maniacal Laughter, Surprise Stabilize, and Blue Shell. Once again, all very solid skills to boost. That's not really anything to complain about. Like, those are all good. And if I remember correctly, because Claptrap is silly, these do not end up doing what they were supposed to do. Yeah. Yeah, you see, most characters' Celestial comms don't just boost the 6 skills. They also have some kind of additional effect, like Athena's lets her recharge her shield and start recharging her shield immediately if she uses Aspis. Nisha's gives her, I think, like extra showdown bonus or something like that. Things like that. Lifesteal while showdown, there it is. Yeah, things like that. Claptraps doesn't do any additional effect. It is literally just what it says on the tin, which is pretty funny. But it's also not awful. Although I don't think it's as good as the other two, so I'm not going to mark it actually. We'll put it in red. It's good though. It's not awful. It's nice. The Bro Trap class mod is a class mod that gives Claptrap team health regeneration, maximum health, and as well as boosting the skills Best Buds for Life, Through Thick and Thin, and All the Things Are Awesome. Reminder for all of the purple comms that we will be talking about. If instead you can decide to get a blue comp. This will boost one skill by 6 and the other by 5, but only boost 2 instead of 3. Keep that in mind for when you're building. But yeah, this is obviously a very, very, very tank-oriented comm, and it's a pretty solid one too. One thing though is, I don't really feel that Claptrap needs to boost his tankiness via comms. But if you do, this one's solid. I just don't think it's something you need to do. I think supplementing his offense is a bit more important than supplementing his defense. The Factory Second class mod is a class mod that boosts Claptrap's reload speed, fire rate, as well as boosting the skills Fuzzy Logic, Surprised, Stabilized, and Death Machine. All pretty solid, giving increased critical hit damage, accuracy, and recoil reduction, and Death Machine getting boosted is always nice. He doesn't have that many kill skills. As a matter of fact, I think it's his only kill skill, technically, because... Oh no, wait, there's also I'm Rubber, You're Blue. Yeah. But yeah, all solid to boost. Ah! Yeah, haha! So yeah, the Factory Second class mod is also pretty nice. Let's see... Boop. Boop. The Loose Cannon class mod boosts Claptrap's pistol fire rate and pistol gun damage, as well as boosting the skills Load and Explode, Death Machine, oh, there it is, and Drop the Hammer. So, like, you definitely want to use this with the Luck Cannon. This is a comm made for the Luck Cannon if I've ever seen one. Even if you're not using it with that and you're using it with other pistols, it's again pretty solid. But let's be real for a moment. You want to use it with the Luck Cannon. The Luck Cannon, it's funny. It's funnier that way. Just do it. The Mad Trap class mod boosts Claptrap's gun damage, but reduces his shield capacity, boosting Killbot, Blue Shell, and Death Machine. All very solid skills to have boosted. Losing a little bit of shield is not all that much in the grand scheme of things, and boosting some gun damage is nice. This is another one that is simply nice. I don't have too many complaints. Again, I don't have too many complaints about a lot of the class mods in this game. Like, so many of them are at worst useful. Very few of the class mods are like, why the fuck would I ever pick this up? Like, this does literally nothing. No, it's like, hey, yeah, this is pretty nice. Again, I find the pre-sequel just to be a much better, tighter designed game than 2. The Overclock class mod boosts Claptrap's cooldown rate, as well as boosting through Thick and Thin, Grenade Vent, and Death Machine. Anything that boosts Grenade Vent is very good, because it's... Grenade damage, again, is literally everything. But those other ones are also nice, and Claptrap does have a very long action skill cooldown rate, so boosting that is also always nice. The Overclocker is pretty solid. Boop. Also in red. We haven't gotten one to be in the higher tiers yet, though. The Glitch class mod will boost Claptrap's elemental effect chance, elemental effect damage, and slam damage, as well as boosting Maniacal Laughter, Cryogenic Exhaust Manifold, and Float Like a Bee. Why does it boost Float Like a Bee? I get the other two. You boost the slam damage, that also does cryo, and then it boosts elemental effect chance, which benefits Maniacal Laughter. Why does it boost Float Like a Bee? Yeah, this is probably the only one that's going to be in the lower than that red one, because this one's just like, what? Why does it do that? It's not awful, though, but it's also not amazing. Hold on. Yeah, let's, boop. Send those to the Shadow Realm, just in case, so I don't end up crashing the game because I summoned too many things at once. The Tank Trap class mod boosts Claptrap's maximum health, lowers his shield recharge delay, and boosts Hyperion Punch, Pain Simulator is painful, and Float Like a Bee. Now, this one makes a little bit more sense to boost Float Like a Bee because it lowers your shield capacity and lowers your shield recharge. Oh, no, it's not. That makes even less sense. Why does this one also boost Float Like a Bee? Wait, what the fuck? I I got those two mixed up for a moment. I thought it increased shield recharge delay as if to be using it with a melee build, but no, that is in fact not what it does. I'm pretty sure we will get to another one. Never mind, we're gonna have another one in that fucking weird-ass tier. Why the hell does it do that? It's not even the tankiest comp. Tank trap my ass. The Short Circuit class mod boosts Claptrap's electrocution chance, electrocution damage, as well as boosting Killbot, Maniacal Laughter, and Wax On, Wax Off. I'm not sure why he just has a random shock-oriented comm. It reminds me a lot about, like, oh wait, what? Ah! There we go. Reminds me a lot of, like, Borderlands 1, where, like, some of the characters would just have a random comm that's just like, yeah, just do more acid damage. Like Shock Trooper on Roland, as an example. Reminds me of one of those, but it's not bad. It's not amazing, either. I kind of don't want to put it with these other ones, but it's definitely worse than those. So I feel like I have to put it there by default. I'm sorry. Shock. Short Circuit. Boop. The Robo Ninja class mod boosts Claptrap's melee damage resistance, as well as boosts repulsive. All the things are awesome, and float like a bee. Well, this is a melee comm, so this one boosting float like a bee makes a lot more sense than the other ones that boosted float like a bee for some fucking reason. Boosting all the things are awesome is pretty nice because it gives you increased maximum health to help with melee stuff. Although, boosting repulsive is kind of weird. You might not want that if you're trying to melee guys, because then they'll hit you and get sent to fucking Narnia. So, yeah, if you're doing melee, this is the comm. I can only complain too much. Again, I'm not really that much of a melee person in the Borderlands games. I've never really found it fun or enjoyable, simply because of the way the gear is set up for you to do melee. But if you want to, there you go. The Piñata class mod gives Claptrap's team ammo regeneration and gives him max health, as well as boosting the skills Repulsive, Best Buds for Life, and Fuzzy Logic. I wish it boosted the other skills that helped his team. Because Best Buds for Life is nice, and Repulsive is, again, not something you typically want boosted anyway. I'm not sure why there's that many comms that boost it. Fuzzy Logic is always nice to boost. This boosts weird skills, but ammo regeneration for the whole team is ammo regeneration for the whole team. I'm conflicted on this one. It would be here literally only because of the ammo regeneration. But I don't think it's that good. And our final and, best comm, the Sapper class mod boosts Claptrap's explosive damage resistance, his explosive damage period, on top of boosting Killbot, Start with a Bang, and one last thing. Reminder, one last thing is Money Shot. Yeah, this is by far and above Claptrap's best comm for actually killing things. So much so that it has to go above everything else. If you want things to fucking die, this is the comm for you. Because, yeah, you will do absurd amounts of damage. Just fucking ridiculous amounts of damage. Easily his best comm. But again, the legendary ones, the Chronicler and the Vanquisher, are there if you would prefer a more balanced approach. But you're playing Claptrap, you don't want that. Now, on to comms. The Support Relay is a comm that gives you a decent amount of odds capacity, gives you gun damage per odds that you have, gives you slam damage. It will increase your odds capacity and reduce your odds consumption for everyone that also has a support relay, which is pretty nice. However, an important thing to note about Claptrap is, Claptrap doesn't breathe. Claptrap's a robot. Meaning you'll only actually lose Oz when you're boosting. Meaning you are basically always having this with the full gun damage capacity, which is pretty nice. Even if you don't have other people with you, just the fact that this is giving you a massive amount of gun damage for free, basically, is pretty solid. Ah! Come on. Okay. The back was itchy. The Oxidizer is a duality Oz kit. These Oz kits work differently than the base game than they do in the community patch. The community patch simply applies both effects to you at once, rather than one in Oxygen. Discord pings are making me tempted. Yeah, I should get into the habit of muting Discord before stream. My apologies. That was Remy. She was talking about how her fucking computer's set up so we can, like, start giving her the fucking Borderlands mods. But yeah, with the community patch, duality Oz kits will simply give you both effects at once, no matter what. The Oxidizer has high capacity, high ignite chance, gives you incendiary resistance, health regeneration, and has a decent amount of slime damage. These are all fine, but not great. Ignite chance is not something that the mod stuff loaded, you just need to test it. So you tested in-game and made sure that the mod menu was available in-game and everything was all fine. Because always do that, just in case. Two EP for playing today, that's fine. If you want, it can wait till tomorrow. Because I have to, like, edit one of the text mod files anyway. Anyway. The Oxidizer. Yeah, you can do better. It's not garbage, though. It's just... Claptrap doesn't really care about it. The Moonlight Saga is another duality Oz kit, this one having lower than average capacity, giving you lifesteal and health regeneration. Now, as opposed to most other characters where I say that you don't really want this, I think Claptrap can actually utilize the lifesteal a lot better than everyone else, because he actually cares about having lifesteal. He is someone who's living on the edge, is constantly using his health as a damaging resource, essentially, kind of like a berserker. And having lifesteal on an Oz kit actually is pretty solid. Actually, so much so, I'm actually going to bump this up a tier. He's probably the character that can utilize this the best out of everyone. Up next, the Eddy is a Oz kit that does a lot. It has good Oz capacity, boosts your shield capacity, boosts your laser damage, gives you increased air control, has decent slam damage, it's actually a bit higher than average slam damage, and then basically has a chance to, upon you taking damage, do various things. It can spit money at you, spit ammo at you, spit health at you, spit out shield boosters, tase whoever the fuck attacked you. This Oz kit is basically helping keep you alive. Which, yeah, to no one's surprise, this is pretty much the best Oz kit on most characters in the game. Except Athena, really. And it's no different here. Yeah, Claptrap really likes the Oz kit. The Eddy is friend-shaped. The Ak is an Oz kit that gives you fire rate and reload speed per stack of Oz that you have, and you will gain more if you attack an airborne target. And it also has a chance to spawn flak around them, similar to the Flacker. This is fine, but generally speaking, the purple versions of anti-air comms are better because they'll just give you just straight up gun damage and not fire rate and reload speed, and you usually prefer the gun damage. But this is not bad. And Claptrap is definitely a character that tends to use slower firing weapons again, he's probably among one of the better characters that could utilize it. Mr. Reply, Christine, good. Go take your nap. We can set up the mods later. But yeah, I think you could do better than the Ack. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be laying down after stream 2. Also, Jesus Christ, we are making good time. The Freedom Oz kit, thanks to the community patch, gives you less boost costs, increased airborne damage, increases your movement speed on top of that, which is quite nice. Send them over with instructions on where to drop them. You can take care of it. I will probably do that then. So yeah, the Freedom Oz kit giving you increased movement speed is really nice, and if it wasn't for that, it would be in a worse spot than where I'm going to put it. But again, I'm assuming you're playing on PC with the community patch, and we like movement speed here. It helps a lot. The Invigoration Oz kit is a very simple Oz kit that simply lets you, lets Oz canisters also heal you. You will heal for 25% upon healing, which is actually pretty damn strong healing. And honestly, it's healing that Claptrap is a character that could use. It's not an awful option on him. The Systems Purge is a unique Oz kit that has the unique effect of giving you Oz on kill, but it can also drain Oz to deal a shockwave of non-elemental damage that has very high knockback. Now, on most characters, that's pretty bad. You would like to not die, but Claptrap doesn't breathe, meaning this is only using Oz as a damage source, essentially, and a CC source. This makes it the best on Claptrap and makes it a very good Oz kit on Claptrap. It's just free CC. And our final Oz kit, the Cathartic Oz kit, is very simple. When you slam, you'll deal a lingering acid effect. Because you farted. I don't know what a robot fart smells like. I don't want to know what a robot fart smells like. Very silly Oz kit. Not awful, though. But also not amazing. Not something you're going out of your way for, most likely. Pew! Yeah. I don't have to move my sock up. Yeah. Let's go with that. Alright, now for grenades, and since I'm holding it, this is the Stormfront. The Stormfront is a wide-off Tesla grenade that, upon landing, will shoot out child grenades that will also electrocute targets nearby them. This makes it one of the best grenades at removing shields from enemies, and is one of, if not the most consistently useful grenades across all characters because of that. Now, some characters like it a little more than others, like Athena and Nisha, but Claptrap does like it for its main use, which is stripping shields. A robot fart smells like a car's exhaust fumes. Like the good kind or the bad kind. Because, like, I kind of like the smell of gasoline, but not really exhaust fumes, because I live in New York. I know what those smell like. I don't like it. No, come back. The bonus package is a bouncing grenade that... Nope, wrong one. Actually, the bad, unless you're into that sort of thing. The bonus package is a grenade that, upon landing, will send out a bajillion T-and-a-half child grenades that will then blow up and then send out their own child grenades, making a lot of grenades. Now, I've said this before, and I will need to say it again. Grenades that just actually do damage in Borderlands are actually not usually that useful. Your guns will tend to do more damage, and you usually prefer the grenade for the utility effect that it has. Things will fucking die though. Like it's, I don't think it's the best grenade for that. Even that though, to be quite honest. The Fire Bee is an AoE grenade that, upon landing, will spin and spit out a bunch of fire, and then shoot out homing fire rockets to the various targets. Similar issue. This is really good for building out stacks of maniacal laughter, but so is the Stormfront, and the Stormfront has more utility because it removes shields. And it's shock and not fire, so not the biggest fan of the Fire Bee. The Four Seasons is a AoE grenade that has the unique effect of being a random AoE grenade when it gets thrown. Now, the main thing that makes the Four Seasons pretty damn useful is how early you can get it. You get this from badass Kragons, and those are literally in the first area of the game. And having an AoE grenade that early, honestly, even if you're not using it for utility effects, or even if you're not using it for damage, the utility effectiveness of it is still pretty handy. Because building stacks of maniacal laughter is nice, and stripping shields that early is nice. The Bouncing Baza is a bouncing Betty grenade that, upon landing, will constantly spin around and shoot out its children grenade at enemies. It is similar to the Crossfire, I believe, in Borderlands 2. It can come in all elements. Whether you want a cryo or shock one or whatever other element is up to you, but this is generally a grenade that I find to be pretty okay. The Nasty Surprise is a weird grenade that, upon landing, will essentially instant transmission to other enemies and then blow up. Yeah, this one's a little funky. I'm not exactly the biggest fan of it, but it's also not bad. The surprise isn't really even all that nasty. I've seen nastier surprises. Like a nasty surprise grenade, spoken like someone who's never had to change child pampers before. The Pandemic is a AoE grenade that, upon landing, will do its AoEs and then constantly shoot out homing child grenades that will then follow enemies more and blow up. Pretty similar to the Thingy, actually. Once again, damage-dealing grenades are a bit funky in Borderlands in general, and I'm not exactly a big fan of this one either. Where you at? There you at. Boop. Again, not awful, but just not what you want out of your grenades generally. Now this thing, on the other hand, is the Quasar. The Quasar is a unique grenade that has the effect of dealing a singularity and then being a Tesla grenade, which makes it really good at both CCing enemies and stripping shields from enemies. Yeah, the Quasar... Most characters in the game prefer the Quasar over the Stormfront for stripping shields because it gives them the added utility of CC. Athena prefers the Stormfront, but we're not talking about Athena. We're talking about Claptrap. And Claptrap, yeah, this is up there for him. One of, if not his best grenade. Ah! Oh no, I have been streaming so long. My monitor's nightlight has kicked in. Stop it. I'm not going to bed yet. Soon. Not yet. Go away. Alright. The Electric Leech is a grenade that, upon throwing, will send out child grenades that will then start sucking them. Yeah, it sucks them. That's all. Now, this one can come in multiple elements, but even then, this is another one that's just okay. Leech. Out here sucking. I do think it's better than the ones beneath that, though. The Rolling Thunder is a bouncing grenade that, yeah, sends out a bunch of child grenades and constantly explodes as it's bouncing. Then when it reaches a target, a bajillion child grenades. Which again, I feel the need to stress. It's not that they don't do good damage, it's just that you're not usually wanting damage out of your grenades. That's just the weirdness of Borderlands being Borderlands. It's also not a fan of bouncing grenades. Bouncing grenades are very liable to injuring yourself with. The Meganade is a singularity grenade that has the unique effect of sucking 3 times and then blowing up. Now this one is very useful on Claptrap because it gives him much needed CC, but it can come in all elements, meaning you can get this in cryo, which is pretty handy. There's not that many useful legendary cryo grenades, but this one has the potential to be one. Speak of the devil, this thing sucks. This is the Snowball. The Snowball is essentially a cryo-locked version of the Fastball from Borderlands 2. And that's not good. How many times do I think I've said the word cryo today? I think if you did a drinking game based on how many times I have said the word cryo, you would be drunk by the 2.5 hour mark at the latest. Yeah, you're gonna die. Don't do that. See? Well, you know, you could just be like me and not drink, and then you're alright. Or drink, like, hot sauce or something, if you want to make it a challenge. Snort ghost pepper ashes. Reasonable alternative drinking. Oh lord. Anyway, yeah. The fucking snowball. Yeah, you can throw it at enemies just like the fastball, but it's just worse because it's cryo locked. And it's a lot harder to hit enemies in their critical hit spot with it for some fucking reason. Yeah, fun for the whole family? I beg to differ. Ain't no one having fun with this. This thing fucking sucks. I will say, if you hit an enemy with it, it's almost a guaranteed freeze. But that's not good enough. The Kiss of Death is a unique grenade that has the effect of, upon flying towards target, it will constantly suck them and then blow up and shoot out a large amount of transfusions to you, keeping you nice and full. The fun thing about this is in the same chest where you get the Vibra Pulse and then one other item we will talk about in a moment, making this a guaranteed item that you're able to get, which is very nice. And yeah, the effect is also quite nice, keeping you alive. Kiss of Death is pretty solid. You know, I gotta say, Grave Throbbing is quite the name for the song. I don't like that. Why are the graves throbbing? I don't like the word throb in general. I hear that word, I get fucking soft. Because they're excited, oh lord. The Data Scrubber is a very interesting grenade because it does something that I can't think anything else does in Borderlands. It has the unique effect of sending out shield transfusions to you. really unique and pretty good. It's another way that he can conveniently keep himself alive. It's very good at stripping shields. You don't really have to aim all that well because of its gigantic AoE radius. This grenade is actually pretty damn good on Claptrap. And Claptrap is a character that definitely plays with his shield a lot more than other characters. It's really nice. The Baby Boomer is another bouncing grenade that is constantly bouncing all over the place, but this one drops off tiled grenades as it bounces. Again, not the biggest fan of these grenades. You are very likely to injure yourself more than you are enemies because of the weird way that the bouncing works and interacts and refracts, and not really a fan. And our final grenade, the Contraband Skyrocket, is a fire-locked grenade that does damage that scales with your level, meaning this grenade is essentially always dealing good damage. And you throw it out, and it will explode into a bunch of fireworks! Bam. But yeah, as you can see, it has an arc. So you kind of have to aim in a really weird way. Also, yeah, it does a lot of damage. I'm trying to get that one guy right there. Like, I'm struggling to hit him. There we go. Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ, that did a lot of damage, actually. But yeah, it does do a lot of damage. Through the various ways that the game does, you typically end up having this in your starting inventory. It's a pretty solid grenade, and it will remain solid for most of the game because of it scales with your level. It's simply just going to typically be as strong as you want it to be. Alrighty, let's talk about shields. Let's talk about the one I have on me right now, the Reoginator. The Reoginator is a I forget the name for these shields, because all the shields have different... Hold on, I would fucking pull up Blue Lemon, because that will make this easier. Adaptive! Yeah, that's the word. The Reoginator is a legendary adaptive shield. It gives you decent capacity, has decent recharge rate for its capacity at least, pretty low recharge delay, very high elemental resistance, and it gives you a large amount of max health. On top of that, the Reoginator has a unique effect of giving you health regeneration, and gives you even more health regeneration if your shield takes damage. So yeah, the Reoginator is great on Claptrap. Claptrap is someone who, again, is always playing with their health, and likes to be in control of his health more than not. The Reoginator is pretty damn solid. And the same applies for a similar shield, which we're just going to pull up now, the Mork. The Mork is very, very, very similar to the Reoginator. Very, 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 very similar to the Reoginator, one might say. Very similar. Very similar indeed. Almost too similar. The only downside is the Mork doesn't give you health regeneration. That's it. So, because of that, it is worse than the Reoginator, but it's also not bad. Up next, the Big Thumper. This is a Roid Shield. Roid Shields will give you the Roid damage bonus when your shield has no capacity. This one has kind of high capacity for a Roid Shield, to be quite honest. Very large recharge rate, which honestly isn't bad, because you need to wait for a Roid Shield to be recharged before it can give you the Roid bonus again, if you manage to wait out the recharge delay. Now, I don't like how Roid Shields work. I've mentioned this before, I'm gonna mention it every time we have to talk about Roid Shields. Roid Shields are fucking weird. And I think they work in just an awkward way. However, this one does have an additional effect that's not being mentioned here. You will take health damage based on how much Roid damage you deal. But you will not die. It will leave you at 1 HP. But I especially don't like this. Claptrap is already someone who wants to be in very tight control of his health and his shields, which is one of the reasons I don't like melee. But that creates an extra problem, because now you're leading yourself very likely to just downing yourself by proxy, which I just don't enjoy. The Prismatic Bulwark is a absorption shield, technically, that has good capacity, good recharge rate, decent recharge delay, but has a 95% chance to absorb lasers, on top of boosting your laser damage and your laser damage resistance. Yes, this shield is essentially made to boost lasers. So if you want to play with lasers, and Claptrap, as you see, is a character who quite enjoys lasers a lot, then you will enjoy using this shield. The Prismatic Bulwark is pretty solid on most characters in the game, and you know what? It's very solid on Claptrap. Yeah. I'm okay. The Kala is another absorption shield. This one is always shock and just has decent stats across the board. Honestly, if this thing was purple or blue, I would probably be more fine with it. But for a legendary absorption shield, it's honestly not that spectacular. It being shock locked is also not the greatest of things. I am underwhelmed, but not upset. The Sham! Now this is a fucking legendary absorption shield. This has substantially lower than average capacity and average other stats, but has the highest absorption chance of absorption shields at 94%. Now, if you absorb an attack, you don't take damage from it. So any enemies with guns are basically not fucking with you. Yeah, this is pretty self-explanatory. This one's pretty good. And again, helps deal with your ammo issues. If you're not using the Jacob's Sandwich, which I think you should do. The Shooting Star is another Roid shield that has the unique effect of having pretty good Roid damage, but more importantly, when you melee an enemy, will cause a meteor to fall down and hit them. Which would be solid, except for a couple of things. One, this shield is locked to fire. Two, it's a bit wonky when you're using it inside buildings. And by wonky, I mean sometimes it just doesn't work. Because it will hit the roof, and you will be sad and cry and be upset. And I don't want you to be upset. Did I mention I don't like Roid shields? I like how it looks, though. It looks pretty. I like the colors. Now, for once, I'm about to compliment a Roid shield. The Avalanche is basically the pre-sequel version of the skin of Terramorphous, giving good capacity, high recharge rate, good recharge delay, good Roid damage, Nova damage upon explosion like a Nova shield, Nova spikes upon getting meleeed like a spike shield. Yeah, the Avalanche, when I do melee, I typically go with the skin of Terramorphous, and similarly here, if I do melee in the pre-sequel for whatever reason, one, get help, someone has me under duress, and I'm being used against my will, but two, and perhaps more importantly, this is definitely the Roid shield I would use if you were going to do that. The Supernova is a Nova shield, as you might guess by the name, that has very high Nova damage. Extremely high Nova damage. That's its main benefit. It is locked to fire, but it's gonna blow up. It will super blow up. But yeah, for someone like Claptrap, who can have decent shield regeneration potential, Nova shields are not the worst idea on him, to be quite honest. A massive amount of explosive damage is kind of hard to beat. even if it is fire locked. The Whiskey Tango Foxtrot is a booster shield. Booster shields have a chance to drop boosters when you're damaged. This one, shooting out IED boosters. Those blow up when you touch them. Don't worry, they won't blow you up, just enemies. But they do blow up. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this one always. This one also is always a weird one. I think for someone like Claptrap, I think if you can manage your health and shields properly, you might get a bit more mileage out of this with Claptrap than you would anyone else. So I'll be a bit nicer to it than I usually am. The Fabled Tortoise is a turtle shield. Yeah, those are called. Turtle shield, hence the name. That lowers your movement speed while the shield is active, but dramatically increases your movement speed while the shield is depleted. It will also lower your health by a large amount in exchange for a massive amount of capacity. Now, turtle shields are weird on Claptrap. If we just unequip for a quick moment, we can see that Claptrap has a very large amount of health, right? 170,000. That's a lot. That's a lot. So 170,000 minus 400 or minus 45,000 should be, you know, we're still in the hundreds of thousands. Huh? Yes, so an important thing to keep in mind about turtle shields is that the number that they remove, it gets removed from your base health first. And then everything that is affected by your health deals with that number after it gets subtracted by turtle shields. And Claptrap really is not the biggest fan of turtle shields, and is especially not the fan of this one, because the other one is a lot better. The black hole is a switch to disco ball to finish disco wing. Disco fuck yourself. Nice. Anyway, the black hole is a Nova shield, but it's a, as you might guess by the name, when it Novas, you will singularity, dealing a massive amount of shock damage and sucking all enemies towards you, which is not the worst thing. And again, Claptrap is someone who can utilize that very well and basically intentionally spam Novas if he wants to. The Cradle is a Tediore shield. Tediore shields typically have lower stats than average, but have exceptionally high recharge rate and basically recharge immediately when they're depleted. The Cradle is a bit of a weirdo, because when the shield is broken, it blows up. It will shoot forward and blow up. Now, you don't lose the shield. You just, here, we can... Yep, there it goes. Just like that. Listen, if anyone's gonna use this thing to some amount of efficiency, it's Claptrap, but I'm being nicer than I usually am with this in the WTF. Listen, once again, if you just want to walk around, manage your shield, and blow dudes up with your shield, go ahead. I would not recommend it, but the option is there for you. The Rerouter is an Amplify shield. Amplify shields will drain their shield capacity in order to do higher amounts of damage. Now, once again, you are Claptrap, and Claptrap has very convenient ways of managing his shield, constant shield regeneration, and various other effects that he can use in order to maintain having the amplification effect on, especially if you're in the shield subroutine, which will just give you the extra regen. I think if you want to do just straight up raw damage with a shield, this is the shield for you. I'm not exactly the biggest fan of Amplify shields, but this one is pretty solid and is pretty good on Claptrap. The Deadly Bloom is a very interesting Nova shield. It will explode twice. Once when the shield is depleted, and again when your health is depleted. Now, if you combine this with Claptrap's other effects, it is very... listen, I said before, I'll say it again. Claptrap, despite having a bunch of things that increase the amount of time he's in Fight for Your Life, will not be in Fight for Your Life for very long. Things will die because they had the audacity to kill you. Keep it in mind. And yeah, the Deadly Bloom, great shield on him. What a surprise. The explosive Nova shield is good on the character that wants to blow up constantly. I think it's his best Nova shield, and I think it's definitely one you absolutely want. Miss Moxie's Slammer is another booster shield, giving you a Slammer on potential if you take any damage. This one will give you movement speed, fire rate, and reload speed. Those are all nice. This is a nice shield. That's it. Not something you need to go out of your way for. Slammer, 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 Banana Slammer, BAM! Ah, here we are. This is the Shield of Ages. This is another Turtle shield. However, unlike the fabled Tortoise, it doesn't fucking torture your health for having the audacity to equip this shield. It also has more capacity and leaves Claptrap with a very good amount of health. Still having over 100,000 health is very good. Yeah, if you want a shield to keep you alive, once again, to no one's surprise, the Shield of Ages is the fucking crown jewel, the fucking king of kings of shields in this game. And it will keep you alive better than any other shield. Not only does it have an insane capacity, but it also has such minimal health impact on Claptrap that he can still play the exact same and not need to worry about the traditional downsides of turtle shields. Fantastic shield. The Sunshine is a very interesting Nova shield because it has the unique effect of, upon Nova, shooting out a ring of fire lasers. I'm not the biggest fan of this, but it's also not awful. I just don't love it, is all. Again, I think Nova shields get a bit more of a benefit on someone like Claptrap because he can utilize it by messing with the shield a bit more. The Knot is a TDR shield that has the unique effect of having no recharge delay. It is literally always recharging, which is kind of weird on a character like Claptrap who doesn't actually really need to worry about something like that, but simultaneously, it does mean that all of the various effects that drain health and do stuff with that are also not as impactful anymore. Meaning, this shield is, again, a very, 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 very good option at synergizing with Claptrap and keeping him alive. The Haymaker is another adaptive shield that has the unique benefit of transferring your status effects to enemies if you melee them. So if you're on fire and you punch an enemy, you will not be on fire anymore. That enemy will now be on fire. Claptrap quite likes adaptive shields quite a lot because of the health bonuses that they give him, and this one has decent elemental resistance, has a very high health bonus, and transferring dots is a pretty interesting way of maintaining your health. It's pretty solid. The Asteroid Belt is a spike shield that has a unique effect of shooting a meteor if you get attacked by an enemy's melee. But yeah, spike shields are not that bad on Claptrap, as you would imagine, but you generally would prefer cryo ones to instantly freeze enemies. But the meteor is explosive, so it could be worse. And our final shield and final piece of equipment, the rapid release, is a meme equipment. It is not something you care about. It is literally a quest item that is meant to be a Nova shield that blows up fast in order for you to get access to the safe that Springs forgets the password for. That is it. That is all it is for. It is literally, it is not an actual shield. You are not meant to use this shield as a shield. It is literally an IED. And with that, that is all of Claptrap's gear. It's a stretch the boy. Yeah, that's all of Claptrap's gear. Pretty good. Claptrap is a very interesting character. I would highly recommend is the pre-sequel Claptrap. So yeah, I would highly recommend you play the pre-sequel. I would highly recommend you play Claptrap. Claptrap is fun. And with that, that is the end of the stream. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you come around for next time. Next time being Tuesday. Don't know what we'll be doing Tuesday. Again, we might watch that EDP documentary. I don't know. With that, shout out the part. Thank you. Later. Whee!